extremely jazzed for Bayo.
Funny.
The phone rang. The phone is ringing. It was the second time Sojiro.
If they say it is, it's a lie.
It was the second time Sojiro had heard its voice echo through the cold foyer. Only a few minutes had passed since Alice called. He wondered what she could want this time. The call persisted, determined not to leave him into his thoughts.
Hi, Kuonji desu ga. Howdy, Kuonji residence?
It's the Kuonji Mansion.
Kuonji Mansion? Oh god.
Oh, is that Sojiro I hear?
Bad touch. Stranger danger.
A cheery voice. A cheery voice? Sojiro had been expecting Alice. It was Toko Awazaki. Somehow, Sojiro was not surprised.
そうですけど、Toko-san, yeah, 暇なんですか? It's me. How are you, Toko?
He checked the time. He thought it was about midnight by now. No matter what the situation, Sojiro always kept his cool. He could hear Toko trying to suppress a laugh. After taking a while to compose herself, she started talking again. My apologies. It seems you have a penchant for catching people off guard. Anyway, to answer your question, I've been very busy today, trying to finish off everything.
Huh. That's coincidence. Aozaki was just talking about you.
I thought she might. At times like this, you can tell we're sisters. In fact, it's the only thing we ever had in common. Timing. Oh, I bet you tried to get her to stop as well. Hello? It sounded like a notification just went off on my end. I don't...
Oh.
Hello?
You good?
Yeah, everything is still working. I genuinely have no idea what that was. Anyways. It sounded like the notification of something being like plugged in. You know, like the dun 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 thing? I don't know. Anyways, everything's still working, so it's fine. Oh, I bet you tried to get her to stop as well. As an Aozaki, I know she didn't take to that too kindly. I wouldn't. Sojiro realized she was probably right.
Yeah, she's probably right.
You were so quiet. Hold on. There we go. I turned you up.
Everything alright?
Yeah, you're just a little quiet on my end.
Alright.
You're all good. I turned you up. You're at 135 currently.
Oh,
so.
cool.
When in doubt, turn the man up. Aozaki's words made more sense now. Cutting to the chase, I don't have much time to gossip.
It's just gonna have to take a while.
I guess so.
Is Alko there? It almost sounded like she was worried about her sister's whereabouts. But the cool-headed Sojiro had not forgotten Toko was their enemy. Keeping Alco and Alice in mind, he decided to be evasive.
Who can say? I'm not sure what answer you expect, Miss Toko.
The question shifted the tone of the conversation drastically. Sojiro could hear Toko muttering to herself in annoyance. Sojiro was proving more quick-witted than she had anticipated. A chance to take a chance to take
Tack. A change of
tack.
tack.
Okay. I know how to read. I promise. I was just saying how English was my first language. I need new
Second one
eyeballs.
is sarcasm.
I know. Well, technically, sarcasm is my first language. I'm learning English, clearly. A change of tact was required. I need mystic eyes of actually learning how to read.
Mystic eyes of perception.
Mystic eyes of just general perception. No, mystic eyes of literacy. That's what I need. I suppose not giving me an answer is probably the best course of action. On first impressions, I thought it'd be wise not to ignore you, but now I don't think I want to get you involved. So, for your sake, stay out of this, okay, Sotaro? Her warning came from the heart.
I don't think I'm gonna do that.
What heart? Sojiro responded flatly, once again not giving any sign either way. It seemed she wanted him to stay out of this too. Even Sojiro could tell the girls were being kind in their own way. But who asked for their kindness?
Damn, he really said who asked.
I'll say goodbye then. I'm much busier than you think. Although, there's just one tiny thing. I know this is hardly fair, but I'd never forgive myself if I didn't tell you. So, I'll just have to put half of the responsibility on your shoulders. Toko giggled. A laugh to show she had him in the palm of her hand from the beginning. I met Miss Kuanji a short while ago. She called you earlier, didn't she? Her tone had not changed. She sounded as cordial as before. Even so, as soon as Sojiro heard Alice's name, a chill ran up his spine. Well, right now, she's in bad shape. She can barely walk, in fact. And if she uses any crests, they'll tear her to pieces. Oh, and those broken bones. Ouch. At any rate, she could lose consciousness at any time. Not great news with all those scary stray dogs around her. If you ask me, she has about 10 minutes before she's nothing but a pile of bones.
Bitch.
She spoke as if she was telling a joke. If it was a joke, it was in bad taste. However, Sojiro knew this was anything but. She was telling the truth. He had not heard of the dogs attacking anyone in town, but the noises he heard while on the phone with Alice suddenly made sense. Dogs. A pack of them. No doubt about it. They were surrounding their prey. Why had he not cottoned on, cottoned? Caught on sooner. That's what I'm gonna pretend that says.
Sure.
Squeezing the receiver in his hand, Sojiro cursed himself.
Oh, frick.
Oh, Jimmy James. Alice had been calling for help. Even when backed into a corner, she had not wanted to involve Sojiro. Still, she needed help. The way she said his name so lightly.
Where is she?
He spoke abruptly. Even though he knew Toko was the enemy, he was confident she would answer him. That was the reason she called. I can tell you, but just know that the moment I do, you become my enemy. Do we have a deal? Sojiro realized what was happening. He was being tested.
Crap.
By ignoring Alice, he would be confirming that he did not want to get involved. But if he decided to save her...
Tell me, where is she?
Sojiro ignored Toko's question. Of course he was not prepared to become her enemy, but he was less prepared to let Alice die. He had lost his ability to think sensibly. Not that he was particularly good about that to begin with. Still, he would not waste any time in deliberation. He would simply go with his instincts. It was one of the few times he had felt pride since coming down from the mountains. Okay. I'm a little disappointed. I didn't want to have to kill you. Then again, I thought it might end up this way. She's at Yashirogi Nature Park. Check the map under the phone. I bookmarked the page last time I was there. I'll say it again. You'll be lucky if you have 10 minutes. It'll be a miracle if she lasts a minute longer. As he listened, Sojiro's expression turned to one of irritation. Misaki and Yashirogi were one station apart. How long would it take to get to the station from the mansion? Usually just under 12 minutes. But by the time he got off the train at Yashirogi, nearly 30 minutes would have passed. It looks close on the map, but transport links around here are terrible. You might be able to catch the last train, but you should cut your losses. Either way, you're my enemy now. Just don't regret your choice. The line went dead. Sojiro, not Toko, had hung up the phone. He memorized the map and then made for the door. With no time to grab his coat, he ran into the snowy winter night with the clothes he had on. All that remained in the hall was the discarded map. It showed Misaki City. It was about 10 miles from the mansion to the nature park. 5 if you went in a straight line, but the streets were not that forgiving. 4 inches on the map, but so much farther in reality. For the first time, Sojiro cursed the town.
He says a bad word.
Frick!
Gad fiddlesticks!
Gasp! He said bad word.
Ah, crud!
This is serious. This is a serious situation.
Alice's injuries were not limited to her abdomen. The wolf had punched a hole straight through her to her back.
Oh.
Jesus.
Lower vertebrae and crushing her lower vertebrae and leaving both of her legs paralyzed.
Oh.
That's fun.
Though
her magic crests were repairing the damage, it would likely take another hour before recovery. At the very least, her heart and slender arms still worked. Although after crawling along the ground to the phone booth, those two were failing her. As the crests healed her wounds, a searing heat ran through her body that threatened to overwhelm her. It was as if her body was no longer her own, like she was transforming into another creature. The poison throbbing through her open wounds hurt emotionally more than physically. She was used to pain, but she could not accept this disquieting feeling.
Oh boy.
Not that she had any intention to. The moment she did, it would be her last. Alice wrestled with the discomfort from her abdomen and her magic crests. And with her consciousness holding on by a thread, she took the phone in her hand.
Oh my god.
It was unlikely Alka would be there to pick up. Even so, with the stray dogs gathering around the booth, she had to try. It was Sojiro who picked up. Alice knew she was better off just hanging up, but his name slipped out of her mouth. After pausing and fighting with herself for some time, an image of the innocent boy came to her mind, and she hung up. Her instincts had won out. She couldn't let him get involved. And not just because he was an innocent bystander. It was more than that. To Alice, Sojiro appeared that day because he was merely in the wrong place at the wrong time. Only the lightest of breaths passed her lips. Above her, the moon began to blur. Snow was falling again, so close yet so far. The dogs began hurling themselves at the phone booth to the chorus of hungry snarls. Thunk, thunk. She took one last deep breath and closed her eyes. Glass, an unusual material for a coffin. But the girl knew, in some corner of her mind, that she had made the right choice not to ask the boy for help. Some time passed. A peculiar sight came into view. A field of white flowers. The clear sky was too blue. The flowers so numerous they made the field look barren. The sight was so dazzlingly beautiful, she wished she could look away. This was probably all thanks to Father Winter. The cold wind carried a scent of a paradise far removed, untainted by man or beast. There's a glimpse at the fields beyond winter. One could be forgiven for thinking they were the afterlife. Come to think of it, she remembered how funerals were sad, yet always beautiful. She cried. She made an incongruous whine, a sound of life. Her breathing was strained and erratic. Hollow and useless was the heart that she once used to fend off pain. It was as though she was in the space between disconnected body and mind. A crying woman and a silent child. High was the sky, deep was the forest, unmoving were the people. No footsteps or voices of salvation came. Who was that looking innocently up at the sky in the stillness? When she came to, Alice was going up a familiar hill. The cold night air had all but frozen her hands or feet. She shook, as you would expect from someone whose abdomen had been torn apart. Suzuki? She could barely comprehend that she was being carried slowly up Shiro Onozuka.
Hey, ship it.
He isn't even wounded. Holy crap.
Listen, this man beat the shit out of those dogs.
Hold them dogs.
Dude, he's
and
built
got shit
thick.
on him.
He is built different.
Oh my god.
Sojiro had Alice on his back and was silently ascending the slope. His calm eyes seemed to be suffering from the bitter cold. He did not seem to be dressed for the time of year. Not even a coat. His exposed neck and hands were ice cold. What are you doing here? Alice asked, still slumped over his frame. She tried to move, but to no avail. The last thing she wanted was to rest her entire weight on someone else.
Toko called me. She said you were in trouble. You're more stubborn than Aozaki, you know. Why didn't you ask me for help? Not that there'd be much help, but still.
Not much help, doesn't have a scratch on him. Okay. Sojiro spoke with a scolding tone, his eyes kept firmly ahead. His words were directed at himself rather than the girl on his back. This doesn't concern you.
Maybe you're right. But now it does. We'll talk more back at the house.
Sojiro focused on climbing the hill. The slope would get steeper from here to the mansion. The thought of Sojiro climbing this steep hill with her on his back surprised Alice. Let me down. I'm fine.
Your whole stomach is exposed. My back will keep you warm. Don't worry. You're lighting in firewood, so this is a cinch. I'm only out of breath from rushing to the park. Not that I needed to hurry in the end.
Why not?
As soon as I got there, the dogs ran for the hills. I'm sure Toko knew that would happen all along. She must not have meant to finish you off, which means I wasn't on a time limit.
He is.
He's what? Frank?
You know what he is. You know
A
what.
werewolf?
I know what you are.
Jesus Christ.
I know what you are.
I don't think he's a werewolf. I'm gonna say it.
Then why'd they
Don't-
run away from him? Why'd they run away from him?
Probably because she was like, hey, if you see him, leave. And she also said that she didn't want her to finish her off. Toko already said that she didn't want to finish her off.
Mm-hmm.
Oh lord.
Mm-hmm.
Fine, think whatever you want. Think whatever you want. Hey, I'm still
I have my
absolutely fucking
theories.
pumped that I even got the first werewolf thing correct, alright? So I'm like A-okay for the rest of my life, basically. So
I want another win. I want this to be my win.
Okay.
you want that to be your win? Alright.
She must not have meant to finish you off, which means I wasn't on a time limit. I suppose I should be thankful for small mercies.
Sojiro said dejectedly. But he was wrong. While Toko did not want to kill Alice per se, she would not have cared if she had died. At least that was the way Alice saw it. She did not know how long it took Sojiro to get to the park, but if he had not come, the phone booth would have collapsed, and she would be dead. Alice did her best to suppress her thoughts and feelings. She felt silly at the thought of correcting him, and it would matter little anyway. The thought of her trying to thank him was more painful than her open wounds. So, you carried me all the way from the park?
Had to. The train stopped running. I should have gotten a taxi, but I didn't bring my wallet. Honestly, I never felt how limited money was until today.
For the first time today, Sojiro let out a sigh. There was no point taking a break. He had already traveled close to 6 miles like this. Perhaps the fatigue was getting to him. Sojiro was more upset with his own weakness than the difficulty of the trek. So, you mean how important money is?
What I mean is, if there's something you can use only if you have money, ain't that incredibly limited?
The innocence of his question made Alice briefly forget her pain. She too felt distant from the real world. But compared to the boy carrying her, she felt like a real citizen. That's just like you to say. Alice smiled to herself. As she rested her head, something soft touched her neck, or touched her cheek. A body part. The collar Alco had given him.
Once we get back, you should change and clean up. When you're ready, we can talk in the drawing room. Toko sees me as her enemy now, too.
With those words hanging in the air, they reached the top of the hill. The gate in the woods stood before them. Beyond it, illuminated by the pale moonlight, stood the mansion. Looking up at it, the girl felt a little disappointed. A natural reaction, yet she could not place where her sadness was coming from. Once they entered the mansion, Alice slid off Sojiro's back and walked toward the West Wing, which is forbidden.
Forbidden!
The West Wing was her domain. However, after only a few steps, she collapsed to the floor.
No.
That'll do that to you. Lots of blood loss.
Alice!
Sojiro rushed over to her, but she raised her hand. Her gesture told him to not come closer. He stopped in his tracks, a concerned look on his face. Her pale skin gleamed with sweat. Her expression uncharacteristically strained. I'm fine. I can make it to my room on my own. Stay here. I'm going to mend my clothes. I'll be back shortly, and then... The pained look in Alice's eyes told Sojiro they could talk later. He knew he could not stop her. Sojiro reminded himself that she was the one in pain, not him.
Alright then. Tell me everything when you get back.
Alice took a deep breath before slowly disappearing down the corridor. An uneventful 5 minutes passed. Alice returned wearing a fresh set of black clothes, but her complexion remained paled. With a small sigh, she carefully leaned against a pillar in the foyer and slid down it until she was sitting.
Alice, if you're in pain, you should lie down.
Sojiro sat across from her on the cold floor. I'm not in pain anymore, so I don't need to lie down. I was forced to swallow a rowan, so my body can't heal completely.
At least let me get a blanket for you.
No, if I stay here, the cold won't bother me. The cold never bothered me anyway.
I was about to say that.
Going to happen.
She seemed to be telling the truth. Sojiro remembered Alco telling him that as long as Alice is inside the mansion, she would be comfortable.
Okay. As long as you're warm. So, what's this rowan thing?
It's a kind of medicinal herb. It gets its name from what's left in the cinders after it's burned several times in a stove, and it's used as a ward against spirits. It's not good for regular people, but for me and Alco, it's worse. Once it's in our bodies, it reacts badly to the production of magical energy, and there's nothing we can do but wait it out.
So, is it poison?
No, like I said, It's so cold, I'm yawning. Ugh. No, like I said, it was originally used in medicine. I'm using magical energy to heal right now, so I'm having to fight it. But once I'm fully healed, it'll be fine, as long as I don't use magecraft. Basically, I won't be of any use until I fully digest it. Alice paused. She decided not to say how many days that would take. Anyway, it's nothing you need to worry about. I can manage the pain. It's just a result of my circulation. She worked hard to keep her tone calm. Alko had barely blinked when she was struck in the back, so mages must have an unusually high pain threshold. Sojiro was surprised and bewildered by what she said. If wounds didn't count, as long as the pain wasn't too bad, then nothing would hurt except an injury that could kill you.
Alright, fine. Let's talk tomorrow. For now, I want you to rest.
I won't be any better then.
It don't matter. You need to take better care of yourself.
He stood up.
I'll take you to your room. Or how about the drawing room? I've never been to the West Wing, so I don't know where your room is.
I'm fine here. I need to be here when Alko comes back. Alice looked up at the skylight. The moonlight illuminated her pained face. The foyer looked like it belonged to a rundown castle. Only the moon and Alice seemed more vivid than reality. When did her strength come from? Sojiro stared at her. Without understanding the significance of Alice's gaze, he turned his gaze to the night sky, powerless as it was. She gets her power from the sky, and that's why there's a massive ass skylight in their house. For the third time that night, the silence was broken by the sound of the phone ringing. The phone is ringing. Before Sojiro could move, a thin shadow bolted across the foyer. By the time he realized it was the weakened Alice, she'd already taken the receiver into her hand. Alko? It was the first time Sojiro had heard Alice sound so concerned. Her tone was infinitely graver than when she was enduring her own pain. Alice's question received only a short response from the voice on the other end. It was a voice more frail than Alice's, like a flickering flame about to turn to smoke. Great, they're both dying. Sorry. They got me. The phone was far from Sojiro's ears, but the words he picked up were very unlike her. Despite saying so little, no, because she had said so little, the weight of Alko's defeat struck Sojiro hard. Alice silently set the receiver down. Only moments before, her body had been fighting the pain. Now I felt stronger than ever. It was like a scarecrow transforming into a beautiful stone statue. Seeing this, Sojiro finally understood. Alice's expression when she looked at the moon had come from her trying to accept an immutable reality. Which on the holy night, 1. How many more chapters are there? 2?
I think so.
I think.
It's chapter 11, I think.
I don't know. I don't remember.
I think there are 13, so.
Who knows?
Anyways, I'm gonna be right back.
Oh, he's leaving us. He's abandoning us.
Okay.
Keith always abandons us.
That's fine. I have a Rishi cup. It'll keep me company.
Keith doesn't love us. You don't know that.
Hello, it's me. I'm back.
Yeah.
Anyways. We good?
Next episode. Yeah.
Yeah.
I was eating some popcorn.
Oh, popcorn, but.
Extra cheesy.
Oh, James.
Alco had not hung up, but the line remained silent. Alice set down the receiver, quickly put on her mantle, and made for the entrance, moving her injured body by sheer willpower alone. This is gonna be fun.
Hoo-hoo.
Along the way, she paused, then turned to Sojiro and looked directly at him.
Alco's in trouble, ain't she?
Alice hesitated for a moment, before pushing aside her anxiety and grabbing his hand. Suzuki, come with me.
Wait, where are we going?
To Ida Church. We need to ask Father Eri for help.
Whomst?
Whomst?
Whomst? The church? We're asking the church?
We're going to the church? We? Why? Who?
Oh, okay, sure.
Well, to be fair, I guess the church would have werewolf repellent.
Maybe? I mean, they fight a lot of vampires, so is that an equivalency? I don't know.
I feel like that's like a step away.
A step
Yeah,
away.
They must have a werewolf division, right?
werewolf division. Maybe.
I would feel like that's a thing.
Maybe. Anyways, at a church. That's next to the hospital, ain't it?
Good. You know it. That'll save me time explaining.
Well, I ain't been inside.
I just know that it exists. Alice left the mansion and made her way down the tree-lined path. She was clearly determined by the look in her eyes but the look in her eyes betrayed her pain.
Alice, wait. Shouldn't we call ahead?
Call the church ahead? Sure. Sojiro asked Alice, whose grip on his hand was light but unyielding. The church already knows. If you're talking about the hospital, no need. It's quicker for us to go and help. Then call for it. They can't fly. What? Alice had thought of everything. What do you mean they can't fly?
Huh.
She turned to the mansion and lightly snapped her fingers.
Oh?
In response, a window opened and countless starlings took flight. Group 1, search for the enemy. Group 2 and 3, proceed to the scene and administer first aid. Haste is paramount. If Alko is still alive, do not let her heart stop. Alice commanded the birds firmly. Suzuki, fetch Alko's bicycle from the rear courtyard. Sojiro let slip his discomfort at the thought of that thing. The custom-made red bicycle. When he was cleaning the incinerator, Alko had verbally assaulted him for nearly scratching it.
Okay. But what's the plan?
You're much safer at the church than here, and I need to hurry. Think you can ride with me on the back? He had seen others ride tandem, and was confident he could do it. Only, it was the bicycle that concerned him. Its frame was so light, Sojiro was unsure it could support both their weights.
Let me get this straight. You want me to piggyback you?
No. If it's too much, then I don't need your help. Alice turned away as if to snub him, then began walking. Unfortunately for Sojiro, he was not on her bad side.
Hey, don't get me wrong. It's just I never expected you to ask me to do something like that.
Ignoring his pleas, she continued briskly towards the woods. There was no way she was going to ride the bike now. Sensing her stubborn streak, he desperately called out to her.
I take it back. I'm sorry. I'll go get it right now. You can take your anger out on me later.
Alice stopped. As soon as he saw her stop, he hurried to the rear courtyard, grabbed the key from where it was hanging, and used it to unlock Alko's bicycle. By the time Sojiro brought it back to the front of the mansion, Alice was continuing down into the forest.
I think I finally have you figured out, Alice.
Muttering to himself, he straddled the bike. He rested his foot on the pedal. Felt light, but sturdy. Confident the bike could support his weight and Alice's, he began pedaling.
Alice!
She turned as he called out to her, before shooting him a piercing glare.
Come on, hop on the back. No cushion though, so it won't be a comfort ride. Let me know if it's too much.
I'll be fine. Worry about yourself. He had hit the nail on the head. Alice definitely had a grudge over the smallest things.
If that's the issue, then there is no issue. I'm happy to give you a ride. We're going to Ada Church, right?
Unabashed and undaunted, he plowed on. His tone seemed to ease Alice's mood. She nodded calmly and took a seat on the luggage rack above the rear tire. Please tell me we get a full image of it. I want a full image of them riding together. I'm going to hold on to you, okay? You don't mind me touching you, do you?
Why wouldn't I? I'm tougher than I look.
Alice silently wrapped her arms around Sojiro. Once she had held on tightly enough, he gripped the handlebars.
Good.
He said quietly. What's good? Sojiro turned to her, an ambiguous expression on his face, and then began pedaling vigorously. He let go of the brakes, and the bicycle hurtled down Shiro Inuzuka's steep incline. I hate how long that name is.
Fair.
Surprised by the sudden speed, Alice gasped and clutched Sojiro tighter. She went to protest, but stopped when she saw the serious expression on Sojiro's face. Instead, she decided to tighten her grip. Under the night sky, a young girl had put her faith in a young boy.
That's ominous.
Faster than a roller coaster, the bicycle hurtled toward Misaki Town Station. Around the station, there was no sight of cars or people. While the town slept under its snowy blanket, two people were racing like the wind. The boy spoke.
Ran tandem is way easier than I thought.
But he was alone in his relief. It was their first bicycle ride together, and they spent it speeding down an empty highway. The boy's words were lost to the howling wind, fortunately. In spite of the late hour, there were still lights on in the church.
Bro kicked the brakes. Dang.
Yeah. I just imagine he like Akira'd it.
Yeah,
really
he did the
hard
slide.
twist. Yeah.
Oh my god.
Oh, I still need to draw Sojiro in the I think his name is Yamada Death from Dragon Ball.
Oh, the Yamcha death?
Yamcha, yeah, I still need to draw him as the Yamcha Death.
Oh my god. In the crater.
I've literally had the image saved for like what feels like a month now.
Oh my god.
I just haven't gotten around to drawing it.
Amazing.
Originally, the only light at this time of night, came from the entrance of the sleepless hospital. Yeah, every vigilant, yeah, that is vigilant. Okay,
Yeah. Ever vigilant.
every vigilant and ready to receive patients, pacientes. However, this was a quiet town with little night left. The hospital saw perhaps one emergency patient per night, however, and it was not equipped to handle tonight's sole patient. It was a little before 1 o'clock in the morning. Leaving the bicycle outside, the two headed into the church. With its snow-covered roof, the church looked like it was wearing a white hat that lit up the darkness. In the entrance stood a tall shadow. Who's this motherfucker? Oh, hi.
I guess that's me. Miss Kuonji.
The man's voice was placid. Dressed in a long coat, he had been waiting for Alice. Father Eri, is Oko?
Yuika is tending to her now. By the time I got to the scene, there were others already. I'd like to notify her family.
Another shady ass priest.
Oko wouldn't want that. Besides, I believe they're trapped in the castle. Toko seems to have tied down their grandfather too.
Holy crap. Oh my god.
Great. Love that for them.
Toko attacking literally the entire Aozaki family.
Great.
Yikes.
She's really going Tony the Tiger on them.
That's not great.
The two exchanged pleasantries. That doesn't really sound like pleasantries, but okay. Sojiro did not move from the foot of the stairs.
That doesn't even sound like small talk.
That sounds like right to business, not gonna lie.
Oh? And who is this?
Though the father seemed calm, his words had an edge to them. As if to protect Sojiro from his gaze, Alice stepped between them.
Hey. How's it going?
Hattie. This is Aoko's familiar, though their contract hasn't been fulfilled yet.
Yep. What she said.
Definitely a familiar.
And totally not a normal human boy.
Familiar? Alice.
Sojiro was about to complain, but Alice shot him a fiery glare. Shut your fucking mouth. That all but said, just shut up and play along.
Yep. Servant.
I can turn into a dog.
I see. This is the first I've heard of it, but I'll let it slide.
Sojiro is actually a servant. He was summoned from the 22nd century.
I don't like the fact that his glasses went white. I hate that. Nope.
Bro is doing like the push.
Dr. Alba, is that you?
I hate it. I mean, I like it when glasses do that, but right now it makes me uncomfy, especially considering it's a man of the church. I'm not here for it, to be honest.
I mean, you are both in conflict with an outside mage, after all. That should take priority.
Alice nodded in thanks. I'll be going in now. Let him enter too.
He's most welcome. I will begin preparations for mediation. If a change of administrators is imminent, I have to prepare documents for both parties.
Also, this might be me just like looking into it like character design like too much, but the fact that half of his cross is covered is making me uneasy. Because there's two ways to think about it, alright? There are two schools of thought going on in my head. One, it's half covered because he's helping mages. So while he's like, you know, good with the church, he's also helping mages. And then there's the other one of he's good, but also he's gonna sell them out to Toko. So we have
Feels
one or
like
two
it
paths.
could be potentially that.
We've got two paths. Which one will he lead us down?
Fair enough, I guess.
This bitch.
Will we get good end or bad end? We shall see.
I'm leaving things to Ritsuka in my absence, so send any questions her way. Ritsuka? Fujimaru? AO? Fate Grand Order? That is definitely not a reference.
No, it's not. It's definitely not. But that is still funny.
This is a whole different timeline.
As if passing the baton, Father Eri exited the church.
Alright, tag out.
Yeah. Sojiro took 2 full steps back to give him a wide berth. Oh,
Oh.
That is so ominous. The priest had a dignified air about him. To put it bluntly, he was strikingly beautiful. Okay, that's fine. Straight nose, glistening lips. Sojiro, why are we talking about this? Not a single imperfection on his mildly effeminate face. But that only went as far as his appearance. His manner lacked any hint of softness or grace. Just by looking at him, you could tell he was dependable, like tempered steel, despite being somewhat unapproachable. The priest disappeared silently into the night. The darkness of his coat overpowered the moonlight.
I just know he's hiding like 20 sets of black keys underneath that mantle.
Probably.
They're spooky and sharp. In awe, Sojiro watched him leave.
He's like some kind of sage from the folktales.
In his own way, Sojiro was expressing affection. For some reason, Father Eddie's distant tone made him feel nostalgic. Alice gave Sojiro a deathly stare. Don't let your guard down. He's with the church. His job is to monitor us, but this time we had to ask for his help. If it were allowed, I'd make him disappear off the face of the earth. Her curse ringing in the air, Alice placed her hand on the doors to the chapel. They were twice her height, and who knows how heavy.
Oof.
It didn't look like she could open them anytime soon. Sojiro climbed the stairs 3 at a time and helped Alice pushed the towering doors inward. The dim light of the chapel brought with it the familiar scent of burning oil. The
Ecclesiastical.
That word, what was it?
Ecclesiastical.
Ecclesiastical.
It means like of a church, essentially.
Cool. That word interior was breathtaking.
Yeah. Ecclesiastical.
Ecclesiastical. Is that it? Ecclesiastical?
It's a hard C, and then S's.
So, ecclesiastical. Ecclesiastical.
Good enough.
Yes.
Cool. I hate the English language. The
Yeah,
tall
I think of it like
ceiling.
I think of it like pastoral, essentially.
Ecclesiastical.
Hard C,
Lee.
then soft S's.
So it's ecclesiastical.
No S
Ek.
at the first
Ek.
syllable.
Ek.
Ecclesiastical.
There you go.
There we go.
There's 2 C's, so I tried to pronounce both of them.
Ecclesiastical.
Yeah.
Ecclesiastical.
Yeah.
Okay.
10
Well, if you do
points
it
to
like
B.
that and you put a rhythm to
10
it, I'll
points to
remember.
Gryffindor.
10 points.
I'm a Hufflepuff, though.
Still, doesn't matter. You're Gryffindor now.
Oh, damn. I'm gonna get along with none of those bitches. The tall ceiling, the stained glass windows on every wall. It all felt intended to illustrate the presence of the Holy Spirit within those chambers.
The Holy Ghost.
Like the foyer in the Kuanji estate, there was not a single hearth or heater. That the bitter cold made the chapel feel more severe. But they have candles. Alice, over here. Or Allie. Oh my god, Allie?
Allie.
Allie, over here. The gentle voice echoed through the chapel, incongruous to its surroundings. It was the voice of a woman. Ritsuka, is that you? Alice made her way past the rows of pews towards the front altar. Sojiro closed the large doors and hurried after her. You got here fast. I was just thinking of coming to see you. I had another pair of legs.
Okay.
Legs? Oh, you mean him? Sojiro showed himself, surprising the woman. They stared intently at each other, wondering what the other was doing here. You two know each other? Yes, although I didn't expect to see him here. Sojiro, when you said you moved, you meant you were staying at Allie's? Sojiro nodded. I guess this is his landlord. Alice turned visibly sour at this unexpected development.
That's hilarious.
What are you talking about, Ritsuka? How do you know each other? Well, he always gave me a discount at the fish market. Helped me with my bags, drank tea with me. He's like every housewife's best friend. That doesn't make any sense. You're not married, Ritsuka. Needless to say, Sojiro was also not a housewife's best friend, and all that suggested, and there were more urgent matters at hand. Ouch! You had to go there, huh? I can't slip anything by you, can I, Allie? Well, what do you expect? I never know what when you're being serious, so I have to question every weird thing you say. Just look at us. We must have been separated at birth. Okay, I'll tell you the truth. I know him from the neighborhood association. He's not a spy or anything, Not that he could be. I mean, you know, just look at him. I just imagine her going over to him and like pinching his cheek. Is this true? Alice stared straight at Sojiro. To let him know she was mad at him for hiding this from her.
Yeah, I know her from my part-time job at the fish market. She was nice to me, so I gave her a free sardine to persuade her to come back.
Exactly. Everyone who shops downtown knows Sojiro. If it bothers you so much, Allie, go see for yourself. He's the secret stud of the shopping district.
She means I'm popular. Not that the prices are easy to hammer down like some nail on the wall.
His apparent popularity would have to be questioned another time.
Bro has Riz. He's got that secret Riz.
Collecting herself, Alice focused on the door in the recesses of the church. I don't know what's going on with you, Ritsuka, but he's with Aoko now. That explanation will have to wait. It all makes sense now. So much to say in so little time. We can't get that, but we can get to that later. Fine. For you, Allie, I'll make an exception and offer him our protection. Alice nodded and began walking to the door.
Alice.
Stay, Sojiro. As Sojiro was about to follow Alice, Ritsuka stepped in his way. Oh, that was Ritsuka. English. You need to stay here. Leave this to the girls. She asserted bluntly. Meanwhile, Alice had reached the door and entered further into the chapel.
But why?
It's for your own good. No normal people should see Aoko in the state she's in. That'll be too much for you. Unless, of course, you're so worried about her that you don't care about that. Sojiro was not able to give an immediate answer. And it finally hit him just how bad a state Aoko must be in. Based on Alice's condition when he found her, it intuited that... Intuited?
Yeah.
Intuited. He intuited that Aoko's injuries must have been even worse. Especially if her sister found her.
Oh, yeah.
He tried to imagine her expression in that state, but could not.
I never worried that Aozaki.
Literally, he had never been worried about her before. Not truly.
I mean, she's Aozaki.
Yeah, she's great. I can't stop you, can I?
No.
He answered her reflexively. Ritsuka sighed at the boy's naivete, but nonetheless stepped aside. Go on then. Through the door Alice used, fourth room in. Things are critical right now, so stay out of Yui's way. Sojiro thanked her and went after Alice.
Yui? Father Eri, I'm guessing?
But he left, like, the grounds.
Right.
So who the fuck is Yui? Leaving Ritsuka Suse, The self-proclaimed everybody's friendly neighborhood.
Remember when we got to
alone.
the church, she said somebody had her. It's the person who had her, because I remember the name being somewhat close to what she just said. Said, remember when we first got it, he said, I can't remember the name he said even. He said, when Alice, like, how was Alco, he was like, oh, such and such has her.
Interesting. Right.
I'm the one who remembers the church dude saying that when I've been paying the least attention.
I was mostly paying attention to his character design.
I'm busy
you.
building Yu-Gi-Oh decks over here, and yet I realized who she's talking about before the two who are reading the story.
And I'm the one who read it out loud.
Yeah, there we go. Yuka. Remember, when the church guy literally said Yuka has her.
Yuika.
You two are ridiculous.
No, wait, hang on. No, I know who this is, I think.
You could probably stop him, but someone's gotta be in Shojiro's corner. I have a soft spot for broken boys. I know I'm playing rough with him, but it's for his own good. I say let him learn to regret.
Just need my...
She spoke with force, but her words echoed aimlessly around the chapel. With a sigh, she shrugged her shoulders and made the sign of the cross in a rather unpious manner. The sound of Sojiro's footsteps grew fainter. His lack of hesitation had left a pain in her heart. Not because he did not look back at her, but because he was choosing to ignore the primal fear inside of him.
Yeah, I think... Oh.
An elderly man once said... Do you want to read this, Keith?
Oh, right. I guess I am. I guess I would be elderly man. An animal's death and a human's are two different things. You may think that they are the same, but they differ to their core. Our heads have known the difference since the dawn of man. An animal's corpse, be it a pig's or a deer's, is different. If the swing of an axe or a machete is violent, then so must a human corpse be. Therefore, before you see one with your own eyes, you should at least understand it with your ears. Listen closely, Sojiro. When a person dies, blood flows like a crimson river. It's too much to bear.
A person dies. When a person is killed, they die.
Perhaps because he was not used to the stone path beneath his feet. Sojiro's mind wandered back to the world he'd heard as a child. The instant he opened the door, there was a palpable change in the air. The room was small, with only a simple bed and a small wooden dresser. And there on the bed was lying on her side.
That's Alco, I'm guessing.
Yeah.
Oh boy. Blank kill in a memento. Shiki not thinking the word kill memento.
This happened at the very beginning of the game too.
Right.
They didn't say Aoko's name when she was having that flashback about the cats.
Right.
Tending to her was the woman he'd seen in the chapel, Ritsuka. No, she only looked a lot like her. Her eyes were closed, and her garments covered in blood. He had met her maybe once before. Yuka Suse, a nun at the church. She was doing something to Alko. Yuika held a pair of scissors and some thread. Her hands moved delicately yet quickly, as though playing an organ. Her movements were precise, as if flawlessly reading sheet music. One by one, the supply of bandages diminished. Bandages recently applied to the wounds were quickly replaced with fresh ones. Gauze were placed everywhere to try and cope with the amount of blood. Once white cloth was now dyed red and discarded. The dressings scattered across the floor resembled roses. In a wilted rose garden, the nun played her organ. The scent looked unlike any reality Sojiro knew. It was clear why the air had changed. There was a savage odor in the room. Even though he was experiencing it for the first time, he knew what it was. The smell burned his lungs. He could not bring himself to look at the bed. Fighting his feelings, his eyes refused to move there. He noticed Alice next to the bed. Ever expressionless, she looked like a statue next to a grave. Except she was trembling ever so slightly. Could have been from fear, anxiety, rage, or a combination of the three. Before her lay a life on the verge of death. But whose life? It was difficult to tell with only a glance. Some sort of puppet covered in bandages, perhaps. Her hair should be beautiful, but it fell flat, disheveled. Despite her short breaths, her chest convulsed. Up, down, up, down. Fastius?
Facetious?
Okay, that's what I thought. Facetious. Facetious though the thought was, Sojiro recalled the rodeo machine on the roof of the department store. Ah. The painkillers and anesthesia could not have been working. New bandages were soaked crimson in seconds. Her fingernails bit into the sheets. Her face twisted in agony. Anesthesia would not be enough. So if she was still alive, she must be conscious too. It worried him that no one seemed concerned about this. In this state, she would surely lose her mind before her life. In short, the boy never wanted to see anything like this ever again. Bed sheets should be white, not red. Even with every blink, the color deepened. Sojiro was finally forced to accept that the bleeding mess in the center of it all was her. He felt the blood surge in his veins. The squeaking of the bed, the snip of the scissors, the gasps of agony, it all faded. All he could hear was his own pounding heartbeat. The smell of the blood she choked up sent a wave of nausea through him. His knees abandoned him. And it was perfectly understandable. His brain had to shut his consciousness off to protect itself. The mind could only take so much reality. He would give anything to never see something like that again. So did our guy just like straight up pass out?
Whew. I guess. Oh.
Oh, more backstory. Silly me. You know everything, don't you, Aoko? Not just about you, but what happens after this too. What survives, what won't. You can see it all. And through it all, you never lose sight of who you are. You're so strong. And on she went. I kind of liked her smile, but she just had to go on and say the one thing I wish she hadn't. The last day of middle school seemed so long ago. As if the ephemeral cherry blossom petals danced around my little dreams was crushed. I'd never really considered myself strong. At least until I began remembering those words from time to time.
I thought you of all people would understand, Aozaki. I mean, of course you do. That's what makes you strong.
And lately, an idiot who said things like that had appeared in my life. I knew I always judged people more harshly than those around me. To have someone I'd only known for a few days point that out was like a stab in the chest. Not only that, the words sounded so similar. They made me so angry I couldn't see straight. Only him and one other person had ever said anything like that to me. Then again, I suppose my sister said the same, without actually saying it. You're different from us. But me being okay, but me being me, I took it as a curse rather than a compliment. My actions, my choices, my morals, all the good and bad I've done. And all said and done, am I really any better than anyone else? Of course I am. I'll never sacrifice myself for those around me. They just have to call me strong, true to myself, in spite of how alone, stubborn, and ridiculous I know I can be. When I was younger, it only confused me. I mean, I don't know any other way. I am who I am. The frustrating fact is, I simply don't have the courage to give up. So why? Why do I get treated special for doing what comes naturally? The sunlight stirred her. Maybe it was the pain from having her whole body held together by arcana threads. But Aoko felt like she'd had a silly dream. She gulped air through her painful, parched throat. Gray rays of light shone through a small window, bringing her back to reality. Whoops, there goes gravity. Ooh. Oh, I feel that. I feel itchy. Unable to bear it, Alco attempted to roll over. Except she could only move her right arm. She tried lifting her arm, but couldn't feel anything past her elbow. Once she stopped concentrating on her bandaged arm, it fell to the bed like a stone. Okay. Alco took in her surroundings, moving only her eyes. Evidently, she had been asleep in this bed. Unable to feel certain parts of her body, she felt like a robot. The room was tiny and undecorated. It was like an apartment without a tenant. Judging by the good repair, she guessed that she was in Ida Church. Outside it seemed closer to noon than morning. Clouds filled the sky as usual, dulling the sun's rays. Idly, she thought that it could be enough to melt the snow outside. And then finally, she noticed the figure of a girl. Next to her bed, Alice Kawanji was sitting in a chair, unmoving. Good morning, Alice. She called out to her, all too casually. It was more difficult to talk than she thought. Alice was her typical stoic self. Although Alice did notice a glimpse of concern in her eyes. You haven't slept, Alice. I can tell from your poor complexion. I tried, but I can't until the substance Toko made me swallow leaves my system. I suppose my lukewarm discomfort is a fart in a windstorm compared to what you've gone through. Alice's uncharacteristically vulgar comment helped Alco feel a little more like her usual self.
Man, she is, not looking great.
No, neither of them really look all that great, to be fair.
Yeah.
We have nearly ripped out organs, and nearly ripped out organs.
Yeah.
Times 10.
How dare they do this to Alice?
She felt reassured having a comrade in arms by her side instead of a concerned neighbor. Yeah, see, your concerned neighbor is probably in another room, passed out from looking at all that blood. So, she got you too. I can guess how it went, but fill me in on the details. Alco remained horizontal as she spoke with a cool tone. Despite Alco's condition, Alice granted her request. After all, they'd known each other for 2 years. Alice knew exactly the kind of anesthesia Alco Aozaki needed right now. Alice Kawanji's battle with Toko Aozaki ended in the former's victory. The Thamel's Troll was a special familiar.
Troll?
The Thames Troll?
Yeah.
I don't know where I got an L in that. Ignore me. The Thames Troll was a special familiar, even among fairy tale monsters. With a screaming woman on its chest. While lacking the incredibly reality-warping abilities of Flat Snark, its sheer mass, durability, and strength was second to none. Toko's rune magic was rendered completely ineffective by its stone armor. In all fairness to Toko, most mages would not stand a chance against the Bridge Giant. Can we pick a name? Is it the Thomas Troll or is it the Bridge Giant? Can we pick one, please? The reason lay in the mystic's body. As a general law of magecraft, a mystic will lose to a stronger, older mystic.
Yeah, that's
And
fair.
werewolves are quite old.
Makes sense. Most phantasmal beasts are pretty powerful, to be fair.
Can you imagine going up against a unicorn? Damn.
Phantasmal beasts and where to find them.
The reverse side of the world, that's mostly where.
Yeah. You know, except for Moby Dick, who's just a space whale.
Yeah, Moby Dick is just a space whale, who may or may not also be the biblical Leviathan.
Space whale!
The word Moby is funny. I don't know about the other word in that sentence. I don't know. Does anyone find the word
Moby huge.
Does anyone find the word dick particularly funny?
I think Moby is a very phenomenal name.
Anyway,
I'm not gonna
sorry
deny
for
it.
killing the
Moby
mood.
is
You go
phenomenal.
on with the.
No, you're helping the mood considering one of the main characters literally almost fucking died. This is great.
Yeah, no, the point is I'm killing the, serious tension with dumb jokes.
Good.
Yeah, general law of
Quite.
magecraft, mystic will lose to a stronger, older mystic, which is
Yes.
true in most cases. Older heroic spirits are conventionally more powerful, stuff like that.
Is that why Gilgamesh
Does
is so
that mean?
powerful?
Does that mean
That actually is
spirits-
true. Yes, that's one of the reasons. Gilgamesh being literally the oldest work of like human literature. The Epic of Gilgamesh, that is. That's why Gilgamesh is so powerful, or at least one of the reasons.
I have a question.
Mhm.
If Jesus became a heroic spirit and was summoned, does that mean every other, like, heroic spirit before him would be more powerful than he is?
Depends.
I would like to see that battle.
It depends.
I just want to. I think a battle
because
between Jesus and Gilgamesh would be really
because
fucking fun.
arguably Jesus would not be a heroic spirit.
That is fair.
Because seeing as how revered as with all the sects of religions that center around Christianity, like not even including the Holy Church, some literally see Jesus as God, and some like don't. So he might be a divine spirit, he might not. So is he able to be summoned regularly? I don't know.
I would probably say that Jesus of Nazareth could be, like, before he got crossed.
Fair. That's actually
That is a way to describe it. Could have just said crucified.
I couldn't think of the word.
Man got crossed.
He got
He crossed him out of the yearbook. Like, you know what people do to the people they don't like in their yearbook? How they put an X on their picture? They cross them out?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what someone
I
did
think
to
I've done that
Jesus.
to a couple people.
That's what someone did to Jesus. It wasn't so much, he died. He just got... He was just kind of a shithead in high school.
Well, because he comes back. He comes back to all
comes-
of the
He comes
reunion
back,
parties.
and it's like when you see your bully, like 3 years after, like a couple of years after high school, and they're
Here's the-
done being a shithead. There you
Here's
go.
the- here's
That
the
was him
thing-
coming
Here's
back.
the thing about that, though. Apparently,
Mhm.
I've heard tale of some people on like the R Grand Order subreddit, stuff like that, talking about supposedly one of the first true magic users, or who is also may or may not be simultaneously the secret head of the mages organization, might be Yeshua of Nazareth, but I'm not entirely sure because I have never
that'd
heard
be-
that ever in like other like
super fun.
type moon like stuff. But it
Fair.
could very well be true, and I just haven't been looking hard enough.
That's fair. That would be really funny. So if Crossman got summoned, I think it would probably be before he like unlocked his true potential behind the stone or whatever. Easter.
That's fair. That would make sense. I mean, Buddha is a servant.
Exactly. That's the whole reason why I think Jesus would be able. If Buddha can be summoned, I feel like Jesus can be summoned.
Yeah.
However,
fair.
I feel like I think okay, personally the reason I think that a lot of biblical like people who are on God's side, like Moses and things like that, I think the number one reason that they haven't been summoned is because the church hates mages. And how would you feel if a mage summoned your idol?
That's fair.
I feel like that's one of the
definitely
reasons.
it definitely feels different from summoning someone who is revered as a saint, like Joan of Arc, than
Yeah.
summoning someone literally from like biblical texts,
Yeah.
like David.
Yeah. David, I imagine, if David got summoned and a church person saw him, he'd be like, they would probably have a little bit of an aneurysm, not a full-blown
I
aneurysm.
don't know why,
a
but
little
names in
one.
the Bible that are just like David or something just kind of make me laugh. You got things that are more like, like Judas, like Jesus and stuff. And then you got David.
David.
Just
John
religious
the
figures
Baptist.
with very, very basic. Yeah, John. Any religious figure with a very just basic name. It's just funny. It's just like you got Zeus.
There's
You got,
Truth be
actually-
told,
you got Zeus. You
truth be
got
told,
all this shit.
and truth be told, those are probably the very first recorded instances of those names too.
Yes, but
Mm-hmm.
still funny. By today's, it's just like
There's
David,
actually a
hi
bit.
David.
There's a bit that John Mulaney does where he talks about that, where he's like, ah yes, the blade worker Jean Javish and his wife Sarah.
So
Jean Javish and his wife Sarah.
I mean, also, truth be told, that's also stuff in RPGs.
Yeah.
Lots of RPGs.
yeah, Trails
Mhm.
does it too.
It's like, ah yes, here's this very long name, and then you have Dave.
Hi, I'm Dave. What up? Okay, why are you here? Who are
You've
you?
got Tesseract and his other wife, Joan. It's like, he did that joke twice. Oh my god. Anyways, Bridge Giant.
We got very off topic.
It's fine. We'll talk more about it later.
Yeah. Anyways,
I have a lot of feelings. Anyways, the history of the Bridge Giant date back well over 1,000
oh,
years.
you didn't even read
It's
that
a-
yet.
No, I didn't even read that yet. Its origins could be traced to the 1st century with Britannia, when Britannia was conquered by the Romans.
Really?
Those bastages.
Really? I mean, I guess.
Well, I mean, it's just a bridge giant, but you sing London Bridge to activate it, so I'm sure that,
Okay, yeah, I was
that's,
thinking of London Bridge being how old it was. Okay, fair.
Yeah, but it's called...
But it
I
is
think
the
you-
Thames Bridge specifically.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
yeah, that makes sense then.
Yeah. But it's the Kuanjis, and they have to put a nursery rhyme to everything. Okay, one more thing. Speaking of nursery rhymes, I was at work the other day, and I said that my name was Bee, and they were like, oh my gosh, that's her favorite song, right? I'm bringing home a baby bumblebee. And so I was thinking about it. There's a verse in that song where just because the bee stings them, because they're trapping it in their hands, it stings them and they would just go, ow, it stung me, and then starts crushing the bee.
Jesus.
I haven't heard of this nursery rhyme.
Yeah, neither
You've
have
never
I.
heard of I'm bringing home... Okay, so it's like I'm bringing home a baby. Then it's like, won't my mommy be so proud of me? I'm bringing home a baby bumblebee. Ow, it stung me. I'm crushing up a baby bumblebee. Won't my mommy be so proud of me? I'm crushing up a baby bumblebee.
Committed crimes. That's all I can think. I committed a crime.
Yeah,
Mommy
and
cried.
I was thinking of that, and I was like, damn. All because you caused this upon yourself, tiny child. And then the third one, which is like the last one, is like I'm wiping off the baby bumblebee because they crushed it all over their hands. So if anyone else knows that nursery rhyme, that's what I did in school. So anyways, conversely, despite having roots dating back to the age of gods, runes had unfortunately been lost to time. Don't let Castor Koo hear you say that. Rune Magecraft was little more than an attempt to revive and use a dead art.
Yeah, don't
Don't let him hear
No, especially don't let Scothawk hear that. You know.
Don't let them hear you. We can't let them know it's dead.
We can't let them know it's old, specifically.
That's fair.
Scothawk does not like being called old.
That's fair.
She's so old that she's actually still alive. The only reason
Who
that
knows
she's able
he's
to be...
old?
The only... Yeah, Koo knows he's old. Scothawk does not like being told that she's old. She's technically still
That's-
alive. The only reason that she's able to be summoned in Fate Grand Order is because that she, because of the incineration of humanity. Making her effectively dead.
Yeah.
Koo straight up is telling kids to get off his lawn.
Get off my lawn, you bastards. However, monsters from fairy tales, like the troll, were different. They lived on in the hands of Alice Kuanji. The magical world was vast, but one could probably count on one hand the number of magecraft that still functioned after being chanted into existence a millennia ago, as Alice's ploys did. In contrast, Toko, the rune user, was only about 2 decades old. Carving a rune took only a moment. There was no way a quick spell could defeat the personification of London Bridge in Alice's homeland. So I guess the bridge couldn't change shape based on what bridge it reminds you of or something? Is what
maybe?
I'm vibing of.
Maybe?
Maybe, I don't know. That being said, a beast had appeared that surpassed even those from fairy tales. Beowulf, the golden beast. It seemed absurd to compare a small and relatively powerless wolf to a towering stone giant. The Thames troll attacks
We're
earthquaking.
Yes.
Trolls attacks. Oh! I didn't see the is on the trolls. Okay. I just read it as the Thames troll attacks were earthquaking, without the zzz. Anyways, the Thames troll zzz attacks zzz was earthquaking. There's a lot of S's. A direct hit from its 50-ton strikes would smash anything to paste, while a glancing blow would still create mincemeat. And yet the beast had attacked head-on and tore right through it.
Head on, apply directly to the forehead.
The wolf's fur bristled, and the creature metamorphed in like liquor. That looks like an angry wolf. It was a breathtaking display. The wolf howled at the moon as if in joy, and streaked forth like a bolt of golden light. In an instant, the duel was decided. The radiant spear of a wolf flew straight through the giant's chest and sank its teeth into its heart. The troll exploded. Chunks of stony muscle rained down. Luminous fur scattered in the wind. Two mystics dispersed without a trace and returned from whence they came. The curtain fell on a battle straight out of mythology. They are among the rubble of the fairy tale monster. Was the golden wolf, standing like a flame. What came after could barely be described as a battle. It was more like a slaughter of defeated pawns. The wolf leapt on Alice, disemboweling her with ease. Its claws cut through the protective wards on Alice's coat like a hot knife through butter. The golden wolf. This wolf, which understood human speech, could only be the magical creature known as the werewolf. Werewolves are the forest people of Western Europe, with origins far more ancient than the fabricated vampire legends of the continent.
Huh. Yeah, I guess that
That
is
is
kind
true.
of that is older. Yeah.
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 Well, because wolves are spooky, night is spooky,
True.
people get drunk.
Fair. Yeah. The only reason that like some vampires would be conventionally stronger is because true ancestors are are themselves older.
Yeah.
Yeah. Dead apostles, I doubt would be more powerful.
Oh yeah, no, a werewolf would...
See, but Roa would come back.
See, but not anymore. Not anymore, that bitch would.
Or this Roa hasn't been born yet.
However, none were known to have golden coats. It was said that the most elite werewolf bloodlines boasted silver fur. Silver werewolves were pack leaders, and werewolves of that caliber were considered phantasmal rather than merely magical creatures. But a golden werewolf was superior even to that, and so transcended human knowledge. Alice Kuanji's ploys were among the ultimate mystics to have been created by humankind. That's just it. They were made by humans. They weren't born.
Yeah.
Therefore, the Golden Wolf could only have been a mystic born of the planet.
Right. Sometimes that's humans' fault. They think of the weirdness that comes from the planet, and then the planet just kind of makes them.
Mm-hmm. Someone went, what if a human and a wolf merged into one thing? And then the planet went, yeah, what if?
Thanks, Gaia. Very cool.
Gaia, you shouldn't give Gaia ideas. She'll take them.
Yeah. The only thing that like makes them is belief, though. So,
Fair.
good job,
Do you wanna
guys.
know a fun-
Good job.
I believe it is Greek mythology. I don't know a lot about the mythos between Gaia and her husband, the sky. But apparently they kept having kids, and Zeus was like, you need to fucking stop that. So he separated them to literally like trap her on the earth and then trap him in the
What?
sky.
Zeus can fuck as many people as he wants, but they can't
Yes.
fuck? Yeah, what the
Well,
fuck?
only because
Zeus, you're
they are considered titans, and so they would make things that are more powerful than him.
Oh,
like the
booty
thousand-armed
hooty hoo,
things.
or Zeus, something more powerful
I
than
know.
you. Cry me a river,
And the
you
Cyclopses.
piece of shit god. You
Anyways,
Zeus.
so to stop them from getting closer together, because like they can still see each other, obviously, but stop them from getting closer to each other, he ordered the wind god to like basically separate them. So like the ozone layer, basically. Now, granted,
fair enough.
this is either Greek mythology or this is
Yeah.
Egyptian mythology, and I forget which one it is. But granted, it also could be both of them. Because that is a common thing of why the earth and sky aren't touching. Granted, in Greek mythology, it also just might be Atlas is the only reason why they're separated, because, you know,
Fair enough.
if he didn't hold up the world, then a bunch
Gaia,
of, like,
in terms
new
of
Cyclopses and shit
Type
would start
Moon's
roaming around. We don't really
Nasuverse
know.
is
But-
a different entity. Gaia, yeah, okay. Essentially, the world is separated in Gaia and Alaya. Gaia is the will of the planet in order to protect itself, and it also manifests everything that, and it, in a way, kind of manifests everything that
Yeah.
like is believed in, as well. but soon after human beings were born on the Earth, Gaia separated into a second form. There's both Gaia, still the will of the planet, and then there's also Alaya, which is the will of humankind, the will to protect humankind as a part of the planet. Because sometimes humans are a little screwy, and
Yeah,
they
that
threaten
happens.
the planet itself. So, yeah. And the main
Oops,
two
I'm threatening the planet again.
yeah, and the main two timelines, that's actually the reasoning behind why there are two main quote timelines for Type Moon. There's the stuff that happens in Tsukihime and the stuff that happens in Fate. Fate in Tsukihime's timeline, Gaia is stronger than Alaya. And so the heroic summoning system is actually the heroic spirit summoning system is actually not in place because of that. Because the will of humankind is not stronger than the will of the planet. And so stuff that is made from the planet is conventionally stronger. Stuff like oh yeah, another thing. I guess true ancestors were made by the planet in order to suppress human beings.
Turn them into snacks.
Which is why, yes, to turn them into snacks. Which is why dead apostles are so strong. Which is why true ancestors are so so powerful as well. Not to say that true ancestors don't exist in the Fate timeline. It's just that they're less notable.
You know, until
I think.
this new dude just gonna show up and be a master.
In the Fate timeline, there's Alaya is more conventionally powerful than Gaia, which is why you have the Counterforce running around, and you have the Fate summoning system. Heroic spirits are able to be summoned, stuff like that. Some people think that is also why Roa was killed way before the events of when Tsukihime would take place, because not only does Roa not able to trick Arcuite into sucking his blood, but also dead apostles in general are just weaker. And so that may or may not be also a deciding factor in why the Count of Monte Cristo was able to kill him. Granted, the Count of Monte Cristo also had a way to bypass his immortality by killing his soul, so... If any of this information is wrong, by the way, go ahead and correct me in the comments.
And just leave a comment anyways, because you're already like 2 hours in.
If any of this information is wrong, fuck you. I don't care. But no, I do care.
I know. Leave a comment anyways because it helps.
Comedy.
Because it helps
Look,
with
I'm the funny internet vampire.
algorithm, and we want more people to see our bullshittery. So.
Do we?
Yes.
Do we really want more people to know what we do here?
Do.
I kind of do.
Listen, I'm trying to hit 1,000 subscribers by the end of the year.
Look.
All right, that's my one goal.
Look, I'm trying to hit, follower goal on Twitch, so that just won't help me at all. No one knows who I am. They just think I'm a disembodied voice floating in the ether that randomly shows up and makes stupidity.
When a celestial body has been active for millions, even billions of years, occasionally a miraculous droplet of creation spills over into our current world. AKA, the wolf. This mystic has been over 3,000 years old. A human mage. No, any mage living in the current magical paradigm would be helpless against the Golden Wolf. Not even in theory would they stand a chance in defeating it. Which meant that this werewolf was Aoko and Alice's worst nightmare. How fun.
It's great.
I see.
Yeah, so Joro will just throw hands with it. He'll win.
If it was too much even for you, Alice. I never would have stood a chance. But that means non-magical attacks should work on it, right?
Once again, throw hands.
Thomas is powered by magical energy, but isn't its punch just raw force? One hit and it's game over. It's not that simple, unfortunately. His base form was a wolf, but he can transform to adapt to the situation. It took Thomas's punch by turning into a giant ape-like thing.
What? Interesting. I guess a werewolf would be able to shift its form.
Even if we used a machine gun or a rocket launcher, he could probably transform into something to defend himself. So he can turn into any living creature. What about his mass? He can't change that, can he? Oh, why do you have to be well over 6 feet tall on top of all of his other strengths?
That's a
Random question.
big lad.
But what if he could turn into a sea creature? That'd be just awful. Alco narrowed her eyes as she bemoaned this creature's existence.
Oh, I'll be right back.
Abandonment.
No, I just realized I never finished my point from earlier about how we don't want people seeing our bullshit.
Would you like to finish it?
The point I don't know what my point was actually going to be. That's why I didn't finish it. I was going to make a point, but we both have goals that we want to hit, for numbers. So I think my point is moot by that. But at the same time, do we really want people to hear our stupid jokes?
Idiots?
And
Maybe
think
they'll
we're idiots?
think we're funny enough, idiots, to subscribe.
I'm back again.
Subscribe! Follow Seven the Vampire on Twitch. Okay, anyway, now that
What
I'm
in the
done
world?
shilling my own content.
Don't worry about it.
Don't worry, I'm just shilling my own content because I'm here and I need followers.
By the way, Keith is
Hey,
his co-host,
fair enough.
if you didn't already know.
Yeah, Keith,
Hello.
Keith is
I
my
said
co-host.
his! I
Adam
said
Burzbee.
his! I said his co-host!
No, that's I know. I'm just saying.
Okay.
I don't know what's going on anymore. By
That's
the way,
fair.
I'm delirious.
The conversation appeared to have revived her fighting spirit. Once again, her eyes were focused and her thoughts clear. Elko was back to her usual self. So what happened next? Were you able to escape? No. The wolf had its way with me next.
Could have
little
worded
wetter.
that a little better, but all right.
I would have liked a lot of different wording on
Alex
that, but
explained how the wolf.
Alice can word
explained
things
the
how
wolf
she
had pinned
wants.
her to the ground. Incidentally, she kept the part about Sojiro rather short. Alice herself was not entirely sure why she felt it necessary to leave most of that information out. So, Toku came straight for me after fighting you. That was your plan, sis. You wanted to end this all yesterday. It was my mistake for forgetting. We always did have a habit of being the same. We did always have the habit of having the same thought at the same time. Once you reveal your hand to the enemy, you have to take them out. She waited until she was done. She was down to the last 2 sigils to reveal herself and divide our strength. I knew she'd do something like that, but I never imagined she'd have a freaking werewolf with her. Ako let out a heavy sigh. Alice nodded slightly in agreement. Anyway, I can't believe Sojiro came to your rescue. I know I should be grateful, but he's such an idiot. If I was in Toko's shoes, I'd be tying up loose ends. After dealing with us, wiping him out should be a piece of cake. Suzuki is under the church's protection now. Ako's eyes widened. What? Am I hearing things? You actually went out of your way to protect him? I was thinking of you. We wouldn't want you getting angry now, would we? Alice responded with her eyes closed. Ako frowned in silent indignation, as if she wanted to protest when Alice got that idea from. Well, whatever. He's here now, I assume. But where? Still unable to move her neck, she looked around as best she could. He collapsed, so he's resting in Father Eri's bedroom. Aoko furrowed her brow at collapsed. Sure, he was under the church's protection, but had Toko set the wheels in motion for his death? I mean, kind of. What exactly happened to him? Alice paused for a moment before carefully answering the question. Well, when he saw you, he vomited. She had decided to be blunt. Ako was taken aback. For several seconds, dim sunlight leaked through the window. When she had found her voice again, she muttered, "Whatever. That's kind of rude, though. You were covered in blood." Perhaps amused or perhaps exhausted from staying up all night, Alice cracked a tiny giggle. Alice, what's so funny? Oh, nothing. Suzuki had his reasons, I'm sure. You were in a bad state, Ako. Ako appraised her physical state. She was dressed in a hospital gown. Bandages covered the majority of her body. Her right leg was in a plastered cast. Since she could not move her right arm, she brought her bandaged fingers up to her throat. Hey look, they match now. Oh yeah, I remember now. That little shit bit my neck. It was crazy. Being torn to pieces like that. I even heard my neck snapping. Gross, doesn't do the feeling justice. Damn it. He played with me like some kind of chew toy. I almost wish I could forget. Ako sounded upbeat, but the look in her eyes was anything but. She'd been torn to pieces, but her life had been mercifully spared. At least she hadn't been dismembered. She'd been bitten, beaten, and her bones broken. Magic crests containing the Aozaki's secret arts decorated her body. Even if her spine was broken, as long as her body was alive, the crests would piece it back together. Despite the crests easing the pain a little, she still hurt enough to want to kill that wolf 100 times over. If all sigils have been broken, Saki City's ley
これで美咲
ley
氏の霊
lines
脈はフリー
are
ってわけね。
wide open. We thought we had the edge of having the big picture of the area, but if Toko's known for a while,
解析の手間もいらない。
she's a step ahead of us. Let's be real. How long do you think it'll take her to transfer dominance or domain rights? Dominion rights, that's what that word is. For Toko,
さんなら
it won't even take her
2
2
日かからないで
days.
しょうね。
She has no choice but to wait for the
視点の
land
修復は
itself
土地
to
そのも
restore
のに
its
任せるしかない。
sigils. By the time the defenses are in
視
working
点の
order
プロテ
again,
クトが治る頃に
this town will be as good as hers.
この町はもう彼女のものよ。
So come tomorrow morning,
明日の夜明けととも
I
に
lose
破
everything.
産する我が身とはね。
what about you, Alice?
アリスの
Any
方は
fight
どうな
left
の？
in you?
まだいける？
I can manage a little bit of mental
思考魔術
magecraft.
だけなら少しは。
After that, I'd be relying on trinkets.
小道具に頼ることになるでしょうね。あ
That won't cut
あ、
it.
お話にならないか。
Oko went silent again, staring straight at the ceiling. Alice knew all too well what that look meant. You're still planning on
それ
fighting,
でもやるん
aren't
でし
you,
ょ？
Alko?
青子は。
Can you blame me? It's not like I can give up.
私、諦めるのってできないから。
What about you?
そういうアリスはどうなのよ。
Once something is mine,
私は
it stays
一度自
mine.
分のものになったものは決して人には渡さない。
Alko muttered in agreement to Alice's terse response. Alice's intense attachment to her possessions was enough to make even Alko shiver. Which is why they can't... Oh, I just hit my mic. Which is why they can't let Sojiro die. He's theirs now. It's important. They're friends. He has the collar to prove it. Exactly.
You make sure to feed and
Once
water him
something is
every
mine,
day.
it stays mine. To take it a step further, betrayal was an unforgivable sin. This personal motto was further proof of her uncompromising nature. Okay,
オッケー。
that settles it then. I'm gonna get some rest. Come hell or high water,
悪いけど、
I'll
もう
be
少し
ready.
休
I'll
ま
be
せて。
ready tonight.
今晩までには何とか動けるようにするから。
If the nun who stitched her back up together had heard that, she would have fainted. Aku could barely even eat in her current condition. Even so, Alice nodded and stood up. As Alko's partner, she knew that once her mind was made up, she had to trust her. Silently, the girl in black began to take her leave. Oh. She stopped in front of the door, her hand to her mouth. Alice?
アリス？
Alko was curious, suspecting that Alice had something silly to say again. Quite the contrary. Instead of blushing, Alice furrowed her brow, like she was thinking over a difficult riddle. Alice!
アリス？
Hello? Alko called out. But Alice remained with her back to her roommate.
なん
How
で
did he make it to me
間に
in
合ったの
time?
かしら。
She spoke as if the words had accidentally burst out from her thoughts. Alice's question was about something Alko could not possibly have guessed. It happened before, too,
あの時もそう。
even though we took the first train
私た
back.
ち始発で帰ってきたのに。
She carried on mumbling at the door. Unable to find an answer, Alice gloomily put her hand on the doorknob. There's something special about our boy! If you don't want to say, it's fine. But if you do, then spit it out already. Alice did not respond. She opened the door to leave the room and left a few words hanging in the air. It might be nothing. By the way, Yuika said she couldn't see Suzuki. The door closed with a thud. What? Huh? That doesn't happen every day. Alko mumbled to herself from her bed, seeming slightly happier. Blind since birth, Yuika Suse said the words through her, saw the world through her other senses. She was especially sensitive to enemies, or those who bore ill will, and typically viewed almost everyone as a threat. Presumably because that was the easiest thing to pick up on. So when she said she couldn't see Sojiro, that meant he was completely harmless. Huh. Okay. And then, that harmless individual decided to pay the small sick room a visit. Sojiro looked like a stiff breeze could knock him over. It made Aoko wonder who the real patient was. What do you want? Though Aoko could barely move, she was still able to give him the cold shoulder. His expression gaunt, Sojiro grunted something or other before beginning to speak more coherently.
Alice was sleeping in the guest room, and I was in the chapel. People started coming in, so I came in here.
Ah, must be time to worship. It is Christmas. Merry Chrysler. It was indeed Christmas, but regular Mass was on Christmas Eve. The ones gathering in the chapel must have been truly devout followers. Tourists were rare in Misaki, after all. So much so that almost no one visited the area this time of year. The worshippers must have been locals. So, what do you care? There might be someone there you know. Alko was as distant as ever. She clearly had not forgotten the fact that he vomited when he saw her, and a hint of spite leaked into her voice. Then again,
It's not that. I just thought it might be a good chance to ask you some questions. Ask you some things. Can we talk for a bit?
since Alko was always in a bad mood, Sojiro did not pick up on anything out of the ordinary. She wanted to tell him to go drink some water because he looked ready to collapse, but he didn't seem aware of his own condition. And to be fair to him, Alice did say Alko was in bad shape, given how unaccustomed to blood Sojiro was. It was no wonder he had fainted.
Oh, of course. You're probably still too injured to talk. Sorry. I'll come back later.
Sojiro seemed to have misunderstood Alko being deep in thought, as welcome back, Frank, as not having enough stamina to speak. Naturally, this did not sit well with Alko. Hold her right there. If you came to talk, I can talk just fine. I've been cooped up in here, so I could use the distraction. Okay, so you're not the best distraction, but beggars can't be choosers. Sojiro sensed that this was going to be rough, but took a seat on the chair next to the bed. So, what do you want to ask me? Aoko spoke energetically?
Energetically.
I hate the English language. I've been doing so well so far. Don't look at me. I don't exist. Aoko spoke energetically. Don't look at me.
Don't
In
look.
an attempt to distract from her weekend experience. Don't.
I'm looking at your account
I don't exist.
respectfully.
Naturally, she knew she was fooling no one.
You really are strong, Ozaki. I'm relieved to see that you're okay.
Sojiro said, nodding in admiration. Aoko shot him an unimpressed look in response to the unwanted praise. Honestly, you have the worst timing. Nothing. Forget it. Just something from a dream. It's nothing to do with you. She glowered, remembering. Come to think of it, almost everyone in her dream was here in the church, turning her dour expression into an irritated one. Enough about that. You said you had questions, so out with them.
Alright. Can you tell me what's going on? I mean, with Toko. Now I'm involved and all.
Sojiro spoke calmly, making Aoko wonder if he really understood the gravity of his situation. He was Toko's enemy now. He was defenseless and needed protection. Neither Aoko nor Alice could help him. The church could withdraw their sanctuary at any moment. He had picked a side, and that had turned him from innocent bystander into target. The answer he sought was as simple as that. He knew the facts. He was not a mage, and he was therefore powerless. I guess you did help Alice. Aoko did owe him that. To say thanks, she decided to at least give him the whole story up until now. Okay, I'll quickly walk you through everything. You know, maybe even I'll get something out of it. Aoko composed herself before beginning her explanation. The battle began at the end of November. A lot had happened since then, including meeting Sojiro. It all started a month ago, when the edge of the bounded field around Misaki City was taken down. The 5th time since I became successor, Misaki City was officially under attack. This time, instead of attacking us directly, the enemy started by taking the land. Everyone that had come before her had been a bunch of amateurs all full of themselves attacking us head on. They all ended up as kibble for Alice's watchdog. Anyway, 2 types of bounded fields surround the area. One detects intruders, one siphons energy from the land. The enemy attacked the latter. If the entire field is destroyed, then Alice and I effectively lose our ownership of this land. Without land, we become no different than rogue mages. Of course, we have another field set up to detect intruders, but it doesn't do what it was supposed to. Now we know why. The enemy was my sister,
今回の
Toko
敵は
Aozaki.
私の姉貴青崎東子その人
Aozaki bounded fields
青崎の
aren't
結
going to
界は
recognize a
同
fellow
族である
Aozaki
姉
as a
貴を
threat.
敵とみなさなかった
Alternatively, she may have just known about a
姉貴は
blind
結
spot
界の
and
抜け
slipped in
道
that way.
構造の資格をついたのかもしれない
As the original
もともと
successor,
うちの
it's
後
only
継者は
natural
この人だ
she'd
し
have the
それぐ
knowledge
らい
to
の知
begin
識は
with.
あったでしょ
So, since she was
姉
invisible
貴
to
は
us,
私
she
た
had
ちに
free
見つかること
reign
な
to
く
break
好
bounded
き
field
勝手に結
sigils.
界の視点を壊し始めた
She deliberately attacked them
時
slowly,
間をかけて
one
ゆ
by
っくり
one,
壊して
to
い
make
た
us
の
think
は
it was an
外
outsider.
からやってきた部外者を演じていたからでしょうね
If she'd broken them all at
さ
once,
すが
I'd
に連続し
suspect
て
it would
壊され
come.
れば
I'd
こっちも
I'd
身内の
suspect it
犯
was
行だ
one
と
of our
疑うし
relatives, such as someone from the Asagi
親戚で
family.
ある浅木家とは仲悪いままだしさ
While we were stupid to fall for her
姉
little
貴の
game,
芝居に騙された
it's
私
also
たちが間
possible
抜けなん
it
だけ
took
ど
her a long time to
Seori と
destroy
して
the
結界
the
崩しは
field.
長丁場になるものなの
Our fields are made of strong stuff.
管理地の結界は
They
強固に作ら
typically
れているから
last for 6
ね
months.
普通は半年単位での攻防
An
になる
enemy would need to figure out how many sigils
まず
supported the
結界を
field,
形取る視
what
点が何
elements
個あるか
comprise them,
そ
and
れ
the
がど
correct
の五
order
大
to
要素
take
で
them
くく
down,
られているか退去の正しい順序はどれか
all the while making sure the mage they
管
belong
理地の
to
魔術師
doesn't
たちの目を
notice.
盗みながら
If we did notice, we'd
対して
locate the intruder's
守る
base
側
and
は侵入者がいることに
eliminate
気づ
them
くから
before any
悪さを
damage
さ
could
れ
be
る前
done.
に敵の拠点を見つけ出して外敵を排
So
除する
bounded fields
こんな
are
感じで
either
結界
broken
崩しは
during a
長期戦
drawn
ある
out
いは前
battle
哨戦になるも
or
の
preemptively before it even starts.
大抵は攻める側の
Usually,
視
the
点を
enemy
壊すぞと
threatens to
アピー
break
ル
the
して
sigils to lure
土
the
地の持ち
landowner
主を
out.
混同
Then things
疲弊
are
させてから
settled through
魔術師同士の
there
直
and
接対
then
決
with
で
a
決
duel
着がつく
between
わ
mages. Doing that eliminates the need to
なん
completely
で
destroy a field.
結界を全部壊す必要はないのよ
It's much faster to take out the
管理地の持
landowner,
ち主を始末
and
した
as
方が早いし
and as long as they
その
can
後は
decipher
術
the
式さえ解
formula,
読しちゃえば
seize the fields
土
and
地を
land
結界ごと
afterwards.
横取りできる
If you don't destroy the fields, you
わ
don't
ざわ
have
ざ
to
壊して
remake
作り
them.
直すより
Besides,
昔からある
ones
結
that
界の
have
方
been
が
in
土地
the
に馴
land
染
for
んで
years
強
are
力だし
stronger.
一石二鳥でしょ
That was how Alco and Alice were duped. They never thought the enemy would waste the time and effort needed to break all sigils. That's why Alice and I were on the
だから
defensive.
私とアリスはとりあえず受けに回った
We figured we could surprise the enemy
視
while
点
they
を
search for
探
the
すために
sigils.
街を調査
take
してい
them
る
out
敵
one
を
by
待ち
one.
伏せてこれを片っ端から倒そうって
That's when things started to go south.
そのうちの一つがケチのつき
The
始め
certain
だった
busybody saw something he shouldn't have at the local park.
どうでもいい第三者が覗き見してやがったね
Indeed. It was the ultimate taboo in the world of magecraft. The existence of mages must never be revealed to outsiders. And you know the rest,
そ
right?
の後のことはわかるでしょ
I had no choice but to leave
私は
our
敵との
battle
小競り合い
with
を
the
アリス
enemy
に
to
任せ
Alice and
それ
devote
よ
my
り重
time
要
to
な
searching
目
for
撃
the
者狩りに専念
eyewitness.
せざるを得なくなった
And in case you haven't realized, I'm talking about you.
これはあんたのことだ
So
から
don't give me a soppy
そこで我
look
関
like
せ
you're
ずみたい
surprised.
な顔しないこと
No sooner had Ako said that, Sojiro gave her that exact look. Clearly, he had been listening, but not necessarily understanding. Whatever, it's water under the bridge.
ま
Actually,
いいけどね。
thanks to your cluelessness,
総十
our
郎が
secret is
そん
still
なだから
safe.
秘密は漏れなかったんだし
Anyway, the fact I went looking for you worked in the
あ
enemy's
んたっ
favor.
ていう目撃者を消そうとした私の単独行動は
Alice was
強
their
敵で
biggest
あるア
threat.
リスがいないんだか
Thus
ら
separated,
敵は
she
こ
could
れを
take
機
me
会に
out.
私を始末
That's
し
when
よ
she
う
sent her special
と
puppet.
特注品の人形を差し向け
Or, so I thought at
た
the
と思っ
time.
ていたけど
Turns out she
あ
only
れは
sent
ただの嫌がらせ
she
ね
only sent it to mess with me. Otherwise, why use a
そうで
puppet
なきゃ
that looked just
私
like
そっ
me?
くりの人形なんて派遣するかっての
Sojiro nodded, thinking back to the Alco replica. Remember, I'd prefer it if you
あれの
forgot
ことは
about the
忘れて
incident
ちょうだい
altogether. After that, you can fill in the blanks. Alice and I turned our attention to fighting the enemy, spending those nights tracking her fruitlessly until the fight last night. That's the long and short of it. She stared down at her body, as if recalling what happened would help her accept her current state. Under the sheet, magical energy steadily flowed through her partially bandaged body. Partially bandaged? I feel like most of her body is bandaged. To be fair.
Fair though. Okay, Ozaki. Think I'm all caught up. But what about you? Why are you in this state?
Sojiro's specific concern was the reason Aoko was lying there. More than anything, he wanted to know what had happened to her the night before. Simple. We lost. What more is there to say? Judging by her tone, she would have raised both hands sarcastically in a celebration if she could.
You
Yep.
lost?
It sucks. There's no getting around it. The moment all 5 sigils were broken, it was over. Land rights are up in the air until tomorrow when Toko claims them. I'm trying to prevent that. In trying to prevent that, Alice and I ended up like this. The tables have turned. So from here on, we'll be the challengers. We are the rogue mages. Which meant that Aoko, Alice, and Sojiro only had a few more days with which to utilize the church's services. Ida Church was not only an arm of the Mages Association, but also a branch of the Holy Church that monitored hearsay. Or heresy, I'm stupid. Aoko and Alice were owners of Misaki City's spiritual lands, but they belonged to neither of these organizations. The only reason the church helped them at all was because they were land administrators. Once those rights were lost, the church would have no reason to prove any further aid. Father Eri is helping us because he's neutral in all this, but Yuika is a church executor. Once I'm healed, she'll kick me out. The church sees mages as their professional competition. And that stupid Ritsuka. Well, she might help out if I cried. Sojiro understood little of what Aoko was talking about, as usual.
I didn't mean that, Aozaki. I mean, what actually happened last night.
Sojiro pressed her, and Aoko really wished he hadn't. You can't tell by looking. They wiped the floor with me. My throat was torn to pieces along with the rest of me. My right thigh was basically gone. If it wasn't for Alice's chocolate, I'd have bled to death. She knocked on the cast around her leg. Aoko spoke casually, but was trying to hide how much she wanted revenge for being humiliated. In contrast, Sojiro felt empty. The little color he had in his face began to fade. Was he repulsed by the terrible situation? Or were his instincts telling him to flee? Find out next time! No. Regardless, he appeared very human. What the hell's wrong with you? Oh, wait. I know. You were stupid enough to look at me and throw up, am I right? You can stop worrying. I'm in one piece now. Yuika's a pro. I'm still alive. Regeneration is a specialty of the Awazaki mages, so I'll be fine. She gave him a reassuring look. His expression was unchanged. Elko had expected him to worry, but this level of concern made it hard for even her to berate him. Feeling embarrassed, she started talking again. And if she's gonna start talking again, I'm gonna need another drink, so I'll be back. This woman talks like a monologue.
Fair enough.
Mission time.
Keith, you should download Master Duel at some point.
Fair enough.
I want to play
You gonna say
against
something
you.
else?
No. I'll save that
Okay,
for
good.
after we finish the.
I mean, I actually need to go real quick. Actually, give me a minute.
Oh no, he got dip.
Oh no! Don't leave me with Frank.
Yes, Lee.
No, don't leave me with Frank.
I'm sure we have much to talk about, Seven.
No, don't leave me with him. He smells like cheese.
No, I don't. I smell like goat milk at best.
Like that.
Okay.
Keith had to go for a
Keith
minute. too.
died.
I begged Keith not to leave me with Frank,
Okay.
but he did anyway.
Truly shows that he
Who
does
doesn't
not
care?
care
What?
about any of you. And everyone. Keith, because he
Damn.
left us.
Did he leave when I left?
Around that, few seconds after.
Eventually.
He'll be back. And he'll drive a
What?
car right through our houses.
I don't think
That's
that's
how
how
he'll be
that.
back.
I don't think that's how that works, though.
Terminator reference.
I'm gonna go with a
No, I
fat
think
no
that
on
is how
that.
it works.
Hmm.
It's a probability, though.
Oh hey, one of my things shipped.
Double. What happened? Is your fate thing fixed now? V?
No.
Your situation with Fate Grand Order.
It
Dang.
is not. Sadness. But I got a confirmation email, I should say. But it's gonna take a few more days for me to get it back. Or, you know, so they say.
Hurry up and make food, buddy.
Oh, we're seeing green circles
McRib.
around his name. I think he's Keith's name. I think he's re-entered his
Circles around
room.
whose name?
Keith,
Maybe.
he's near. He is close.
No.
He is arriving.
There he is.
Back.
He's
Hello,
here.
we're back.
Yeah, we're fine.
The question is, how on earth did my... Nope, that's the wrong voice for her. The question is, how on earth did my sister manage to tame a golden wolf? I didn't even think they existed.
Charm.
He's a relic
We'll
from
say
the Age
charm.
of Gods. You'd need Magecraft a millennium in the making just to stand a chance against him. Never mind trying to take him in a fist fight. I'd love to see
Dojo
it.
could take
I'd love
him
to see
easy.
it try. I'd love to see all of them try to like get a hit on the wolf. I think that'd be really funny. As images of the night before entered Alko's mind, she bit her lip in anguish.
A golden wolf?
Conversely, the bizarre phrase snapped Sojiro out of his state of shock. Yeah, a golden wolf. A golden werewolf, to be exact. Then again, you've probably never heard of a werewolf. Think part human, part wolf. But only the best parts. It's a magical beast as opposed to a wild one. There are ways to deal with regular werewolves, but the one with Toko has a golden coat. He's a descendant of the first werewolves, a transcended magical beast, phantasmal beast. To take on such a pure monster, you need a mystic with a longer history or some really secret magecraft. Nothing else would even scathe him. Magecraft can do almost anything, but it just can't compete with something so ancient. He's the kind of natural disaster that any human mage dreads fighting. Her words indicated more admiration than hatred. The way she whispered about the wolf. I could take him. Strangely, made sense to Sojiro. What? Out with it already.
Oh, I was just thinking that now there's something out there that even you and Alice can't defeat. It must be truly awful. Tore apart Alice's stomach. And you, well, you don't have anywhere that wasn't torn apart. How could a kid? Actually, guess it's because he's a kid. He doesn't know how to hold back.
He's remembering that he saw a kid with a golden hair. Sojiro's face was a ghostly pale as he muttered nervously. Alko merely nodded in agreement. Now you get it. What kid has the nerve to do that to someone's... Wait, what did you just say? Alko raises her head. She looked as if she'd seen a ghost. Did you just say kid? How the heck do you know that?
I realized it was him that day. Never seen someone with such golden hair in my life. It has to have been him.
The dude was blonde. There are no blonde people in Japan. Has to be him.
We were deep in the woods. Didn't look anything like the monster you described, though. Kinomi wanted me to run after him. Told him no way, of course. Kid freaked me out. Knew there was no catching him.
His tone was as curious as the things he was trying to articulate. Alko, however, had more pressing matters. Much more pressing. You saw him? Where?
The old school campus. Come to think of it, might have even met him. Yeah, just once, when I was working. I delivered 50 kilos of raw beef, and...
Oh my god! You absolute idiot! Oh, okay. That's aggressive. A strangely satisfying slap rang out.
Oh.
Ignoring her wounds completely, Aoko
Oh,
had
poor
grabbed a
Sojiro.
slipper and thrown it at Sojiro's unassuming face as hard as she could. She panted as Sojiro was knocked completely out of his chair. For a while,
Damn.
neither moved.
Killed him.
What was that
The
for,
boy
Aozaki?
asked, unfazed, as he slowly picked himself up. He sat cross-legged as Aoko scowled at him like an enemy. What do you think? Who keeps something like that to themselves? How was he supposed to know that this random golden child? He's
How the fuck
not
is
a
he supposed to know?
mage. And you kept him in the dark
He's
about
not a mage.
everything.
You kept him in the dark about everything.
What do you want him to do, Aozaki?
He even knew a slight thing. Maybe he could have. Maybe he could have told
If you
you.
asked him,
told
how,
some-
what
a
about
little
what if
bit
you
of
asked
magic.
him about how his
I-
day? Did you ever think that maybe that would be helpful?
I mean,
Exactly.
is a lot of the situations here could mostly be averted by Aoko and Alice
And
telling
also
telling Sojiro
asking
about
him
stuff.
about his day. I think
Is that the
think
point? Is that the
I think
point? Is that the point, actually?
Communication is
It's the point.
important. That's the moral of this
Exactly.
entire visual novel.
That'll be the title of this whole episode. Communication is key.
I didn't think it was worth mentioning. Even if I had, the two of you would have just gotten mad at me.
Aoko knew
See,
he was
he's right. He's
and
right.
so she swallowed her words. She imagined themselves at dinner.
You'll never guess what I did today. I delivered a mountain of beef to an animal. One animal. Man, rich people live in a different world, am I right?
If he had actually said it, Aoko and Alice's response would have been less than cordial. Okay, you're probably right. Anyway, was there really a golden-haired child at the old school building?
I don't know whether he was your werewolf. And we've had some strange orders from the restaurants in town, especially that Imperial Metropolis near the station.
That makes sense. There was no way he could eat out without drawing lots of attention to himself. She didn't want to believe it, but the child had to be their werewolf. Could Toko really have been so careless as to hide him in plain sight? It didn't matter at this point. With the werewolf's habits revealed, Toko's base had been revealed too. To take over the bounded field, she needed an inconspicuous place to store materials. An abandoned school? Misaki High School's old school building was the perfect place. Huh. You were hiding the key to the puzzle this whole time.
Oh, and hiding anything. If you'd actually helped cleaning the back hills, you'd have found out for yourself. Shouldn't have left it to Tobimaru.
In response to Sojiro's infallible logic, Aoko snapped her fingers. Instead of another slipper missile, she let the faithful white collar express how she felt. I'd like to breathe now, please. And with the tightening of the collar, Sojiro realized something.
He
Aoko
was a
had changed.
masochist.
From the bed, she looked down at him with a commanding glare. Though weak from her injuries, she was as sharp as ever. You would be forgiven for forgetting she was even a patient. She was raring to fight. It went without saying who her rage was directed at.
Naozaki.
Alko responded in a vulnerable tone. Perhaps she'd been taken by surprise. Now she had an objective. She had been lost in her own little world. Thanks, Sojiro. He expected her to be sarcastic, but this was different. She was genuinely thanking him. She thinks she's gonna straight up fucking die. He had never known her to be like this, and was taken aback. I'm just showing my appreciation because he helped me figure out where Toko's hideout is. Satisfied?
Sure, it's nice to be thanked, but are you seriously going after Toko in that condition?
His tone was closer to scolding than sympathetic. Alko simply nodded resolutely. I'm just going to take back what's mine while I still can. My sister won't waste a moment, neither will I. She sounded unshakable. Even so, Sojiro would not back down.
Even if you got almost no chance of winning? What you need right now is rest. Yesterday, you were really messed up. You still are now. You're lucky to be alive.
It's not luck, it's Toko.
I don't understand.
Toko. She purposely kept me alive to taunt me, to make me try again. She's waiting for me so we can settle the score. If she wasn't waiting, she'd have made her move already. As much as it pains me to, I'm taking your words to heart. Irritation tainted Alko's words. From the side, she looked terrifyingly serious. She was ready to fight to the death. Toko had given her little choice. Sojiro could understand neither sister.
Toko left you alive so she could kill you later? And yet, you're still going after her.
Exactly. She might have won the battle, but she hasn't won the war. I know I had a better chance fully healed. I'd have a better chance fully healed, but while I'm recovering, Toko has gotten her claws into Misaki. That means I need to play my trump card. I have to do what I can while I can. Though the pain in her azure eyes was not as deep as the pain of death. It spoke of the regret she would feel if she did not do everything possible while blood still flowed through her veins. Understand now? Good. And don't try and stop me. Listen to me, Sojiro. You're not responsible for anything. Not my life, and not this fight. And I refuse to sit in bed waiting to die. Who'd do that if they feel they could win? Sojiro was dumbstruck. Alko could never let anyone else get involved. Whether that was because she cared or cared less. He couldn't tell. What he did understand, though, was that he wanted to stop her. That if he wanted to stop her, he would have to do so with his bare hands. And he knew better than to try that. Even so, he had to ask one last question. If he did not, he would not be able to live with himself after leaving this room.
I don't get why you need to go through these lengths. Is it out of obligation, or are you just forcing yourself?
There was a sadness in his eyes. However, Alka was unmoved by them. It's not like you'd ask something so deep. Alright, I'll answer, even though it won't change anything. To be honest, I'm caught between the two. Don't get me wrong, though. Any sense of obligation, compulsion, pride, or fear comes from me and me alone. My grandfather wouldn't be mad if I stopped fighting Toko. Doubt Alice would complain either. If I chose to run, nobody would give it a second thought. That's why this is all on me. I know it doesn't make a lot of sense, but I won't run away from Toko. All that matters is proving to myself that I'm alive. I know that my life has no meaning, and that's why I can do anything. With fiery passion, Aoko Awazaki said her piece. Do you think her trump card is her hair turning red? Because the last time when she had like that weird thing with the flat snark fight, remember that? Yeah, it was like
Her hair
that
did
weird
turn red,
not
true.
alternate personality. I don't want to call it an alternate personality, but like that other thing that quote unquote she gave birth to and all that shit. I think that's her trump card.
Yeah.
Sojiro was left with a pain in his chest. He didn't know why, but her words angered him. Then again, at the same time, her self-confidence had him in wonder. Even though she had said that her life had no meaning, her stubbornness gave meaning to everything.
So, would that still apply if...
Without thinking, he started to ask another question. Maybe he wanted to change her mind. Maybe he just wanted to hear her answer.
If, say, no one was watching?
It came out as a murmur. Indeed, if no one was watching, no one could know that she had fled. This was the situation Alka was in. Even so, she shot him down instantly. Someone's always watching you, even if it's only yourself. Oh. Her expression brightened, possibly because she had been surprised at having to state the obvious. Sojiro was wide-eyed in shock, but Aoko remained nonchalant. That is very close to his eyeballs.
Yeah.
Haven't you figured it out yet, Sojiro? Nobody watches you more than you. That's why you have to stay on your toes. Sojiro did not respond to her somewhat exasperated tone, but simply rose to his feet. He looked defeated, which was not like him at all. Sojiro?
I'm sorry. I know you're saying something really incredible. It's just, I don't understand it.
He meekly walked towards the door. As he placed his hand on the doorknob, he paused. For a few seconds, he fought with himself, desperately trying to think of something to say. No words came forth, so he opened the door, which swung with a strange creak, and he left the room. After watching him go, Aoko turned her gaze toward the window. It was nearly evening. A thin veil of darkness was threatening to descend on the town outside. By evening, only Sojiro remained in the chapel. He sat alone at the end of a pew, slouching helplessly like a guilty believer ready to confess. The chilly air seeped through the walls, turning breath to mist. The frigid air stole the heat from the body without mercy. Sojiro looked around the chapel's tall ceiling and spacious hall. The room made the air feel colder somehow. Unsure of what to do with himself, he stared into space. His thoughts were entirely unfocused. First and foremost, he could not understand what the buzzing sensation was in his chest. I believe that is called hope. Perhaps. Or nerves. I mean, sometimes it can be called love.
Need both.
Usually it's a good thing if your heart is buzzing. If it's in pain, that's bad. So, yeah.
And we call
We
that
sent
one
you
a
to the
heart
hospital
attack.
for that. Time passed by. No answers came. To onlookers, he must have seemed deep in thought, or in a deep sleep, like he would turn to stone if left be. Either way, he clearly looked down. I mean, his head was in a slightly lower angle, so... The problem was his lack of awareness. Not that he was aware of it, of course.
Worshipping at this hour? You're quite the
Oh good,
devotee.
you get to talk to yourself for a while.
All right.
I did.
You did it for a bit, so.
God. Wait, hold on. I need to itch my eyeballs. Okay. Sojiro
Alright.
raised his head and turned to where the voice had come from. Stood before the altar was the man from last night, dressed in priestly garbs. How long had he been standing there? Sound reverberated dryly through the chapel hall. Sojiro did not have the strength to stand, let alone leave. He just stared at the approaching shadow.
Though you'll not find the Holy Spirit in this church. Do you mind if I state?
The priest pointed at Sojiro's pew. Without waiting for an answer, he took a seat at the opposite end.
I never formally introduced myself. I'm Eiri Fumitsuga. The church's, owner, you could say, on paper, at
You wanna
least.
know a really dumb
Call
joke?
me Father Eiri.
What does
What?
what does a gun and a church chapel have in common? Pew 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 pew
What?
pew.
What? I don't get it.
Don't worry about it.
What
Don't
does
worry
a
about it.
gun
Don't worry
and
about
a
it. Don't worry about
church
it.
Pew 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 pew. I'm not gonna explain it to you.
I don't get it.
It won't make it.
Don't worry about
The
it. Don't worry
seats
about it. Don't
are
worry about
called
it.
pews, Frank, and a gun. Okay.
Oh,
There we go, there we go.
There we go. All right. You must be Sojiro
I
Suzuki.
get it.
Yes.
We got there. We got there.
I'm smart. Thank you.
You must be Sojiro Suzuki. Yes. I can see why Yuika didn't
Thanks.
notice you.
Father Aries spoke in a gentle but uninvested tone. I like his eyes. He was
Fair.
a thorough egoist. Sure. Sojiro knew all too well about people who spoke this way. They were called his teachers. The individual who cared for him when he first came down from the mountain was one of them. Sojiro glanced across at him apathetically. Father Aries seemed unfazed by the lack of direction in the conversation.
I was wondering if I could speak to you for a moment.
Sojiro responded with a nod. Father Aries replied with an artificial smile.
You seem terribly worried about Aoko. Not really. Ritsuka said the same thing to me, but that's not it.
Sojiro stared straight ahead as he answered. His voice sounded uncharacteristically weak and unsure.
She's been on my mind a lot. I don't know why. Trying to figure that out. The answer is simple. You envy her.
With those few words, Sojiro snapped out of his funk. He clapped his hands and turned toward the priest.
I see. So I just envy her. Wait a second. That can't be good.
Oh my god.
I didn't know I could feel that way.
Father Aries did not respond to his confession-like ramblings.
So, what do you want to talk to me about? Well, it's more of a question I'd like to ask, really. I heard you lived deep in the mountains until recently, so something strikes me as curious. Really? What is it? Well, I doubt anyone has asked you this before. No doubt because you don't unnerve the people around you. I admit, I feel the same way talking to you. Maybe it's opportunity presenting itself, or my sense of obligation as a man of the cloth. But when I see a lost lamb, I feel a need to guide it.
Do not touch my son. Father Aries looked at Sojiro placidly. His pupils were like black holes that could suck the soul out of your body. Do not touch my son.
Yeah, I'm not sure what you're talking about. Oh, what's your question exactly? Oh, don't worry. It's nothing unusual. Simply, why did you come down here? You seem like you'd be happier back home.
Sojiro was not sure what he had done, but it sounded as though the priest was accusing him of something. Then again, it was a reasonable question, if a little pointless. Sojiro had no answer. Father Eri ignored the sullen boy and continued.
I'm somewhat aware of the challenges a life in the mountains might bring. I experienced it firsthand when I made a small mistake in my youth. Life in the mountains is incredibly simple. Your time is dedicated to survival. You don't live for joy, but rather to stay alive. It makes a minimalist lifestyle seem full of excess. Compared to that, city life should be nothing short of paradise. However, paradise means something different to everyone.
Sojiro still did not answer. His expression remained blank. The only sound was the priest's voice echoing around the chapel. We don't even know, like, if his parents are dead.
True. A life where even a single seed could bring joy. No matter the warmth the light of electricity brings, I expect you respect the bitter cold of nature more. So tell me, why come down here when you'd be happier in the mountains?
Father Eri repeated his question. Sojiro's mouth remained firmly shut. Not because he did not want to answer, but because he simply did not know how to. All he knew was even if he wanted to go back, he could not.
My son, salvation will not be forthcoming to those who choose to ignore its calling.
Getting some Dr. Alpha vibes from this man.
If you don't know why you left, you won't be able to love where you arrived. A word of advice. Happiness does not come from the unquestionable acceptance of everything. Be fairer to yourself.
Sojiro could not make sense of what he was being told.
Weird vibes, like, set aside, he
Yes.
does bring up a decent point. Sojiro has been very accepting of, like,
He
everything
hasn't
that's been
questioned
happening
any
to
of
him.
it.
And a lot of it,
Been
and a
bad.
lot of it has kind of led to him being
He's been
mistreated
abused
a lot.
by his workplace, I would imagine. I imagine he's probably been overworked by his workplace because they just put him on a bunch of hours. I mean, he has multiple jobs, and he like works like basically
Right.
all day every day. Even if he tries to bring up how he doesn't like something, he doesn't bring it up in a way that's like fully 100, like, hey, this is how I feel. Like with the oh god, what is it? With the rent, he tried to bring it up, but he didn't bring it up well enough, and that basically like didn't go well. And also, he just like allowed them to put a collar on him. Like, he just like is allowing everything to happen to him, and he's just kind of like, okay. And for some, like, that kind of mindset can be like okay, but you can't let it define you. Like,
Right.
Ends up
yeah,
being a bit
that
self-destructive
like you
on his
have to
part.
be curious. If you don't ask questions, if you don't question the world around you, how are you going to learn? How are you going to better survive?
Yeah. It's a different kind of self-destructive mindset than, like, Shiro Emiya,
Whereas
I suppose.
Emiya, has this whole like, I want to help everyone. Sojiro just wants to exist.
Yeah. He's just been, like, flinchingly unquestioning everything. Whereas Shiro, at the very least, he knows he's being mistreated. He just doesn't do anything about it because that's what he
Like
wants
when
to
people
do.
consistently ask him to fix the like equipment for the sports teams, or when didn't he fix a printer? I think it was for A heater. When he fixes the heater,
It was a heater.
like,
He tried to fix a fan.
Yeah. Sojiro doesn't
question.
seem like he has any drive to do much.
Like
Or
he has
question,
drive
yeah,
to like
yeah.
earn money because that's what he knows
Or
he
he-
should do. It very much feels like
Yeah. He knows like he
I feel
should
like
do
he's
it
playing
because
the
that's what
game
he
of
needs to
life.
survive.
but like
Again,
on absolute autopilot.
on autopilot.
He's playing the game of life with
Right,
a
Shira's very
CPU
dynamic.
guiding him.
Pretty.
He seems kind of
Shira
reactive
is very dynamic.
rather than.
Shira is very dynamic, but Sojiro is very much just a stagnant player.
Yeah. I mean,
Things happen to him. He doesn't
happen.
make things happen. Things just happen to him.
Sometimes he does stuff that like he kind of does find a little bit of joy in, but like that's mostly because things happen to him
Mhm.
to pull him in that direction. Anyways, stuff like the crocodile documentary. Like he wanted to watch it mostly for Konomi,
Mhm.
even if he did enjoy watching it.
Or when he got the porridge for everyone. I think it was porridge, or it was ramen. Ramen. The
think it
time
was
he got
ramen with an
ramen
egg.
with an egg for everyone, and he was like genuinely excited to share it with everyone. And Alice helped in that, where she was like, "No, this is mine now. This is what we're eating. Sit your ass down." So, like he doesn't make small attempts, but he doesn't stand his ground in them. Because he
Right.
fears the force that are pushing against him.
Yeah.
I do too.
I wanna see how he
We have
develops.
2 chapters. we,
Like
we
a
have,
rock
we have
under
2
a
more.
river.
We have 2 more chapters to find out how our boy blossoms.
Yeah.
He's just like a rock under a river. Everything
And sometimes
goes
he
over him.
moves.
Yeah.
We just need to take
We
him out
need
and throw
we
him
need to
somewhere.
polish him into a jewelry.
Sometimes he moves because of the current.
Mm.
Yes, that's what
Only the
needs to be
father's
done.
last words made any impression on him. Being fair to yourself is easier said than done, of course. And what that entailed, Sojiro was uncertain of.
Actually, that makes sense to me.
Toko had mentioned something similar before, and it had impressed him. First her, now this priest. How could people know things he hadn't even told them? Because you are a walking open book.
すごいですね。神父さんっていうのはみんな
Wow.
そうなんですか
All
Sojiro
priests like
said.
you?
Curious as to where the weight of his shoulders had gone to.
No. Kodomine is
Oh,
not at all
Kodomine
like
would
this.
lure you into the
No.
temple and then stibbity stab.
Yep.
In a way, one of his strong points is the fact that his emotional scars do not show on the surface.
ええ
Indeed.
神父は悩みを暴く
A priest is
神父
obligated
ですから
to shine a light on
Kotomine
troubled hearts.
stabs troubled hearts.
Though, of
大
course,
抵は暴くだけで
uh,
埋めるのに
though,
失
of course,
敗
that's
するんですけどね
not always enough.
お
But
悩みを
shine a
暴く
light.
って
Do you mean
つ
talk
まり
things
相
over?
談事ですかそういうソフトなのを
Yes.
承っています
To a certain extent, at
私
least.
が解決でき
The
る
only
悩み
problems I
を
can solve are
種な
mostly
しで
small.
いるようですけど
The priest shrugged, looking a little disconcerted. Granted, Sojiro still did not trust Father Eri at all, but at that moment, anyone was ray of light in his eyes.
あの じゃあ
Do you mind helping me with another small problem?
君が
You want to know why you're envious of Aoko,
It
correct?
was as though the priest could see into the boy's soul with his serene eyes.
Yeah, Mystic Eyes.
The priest,
Soul
that would be great for
perception.
a priest.
そういうことです
Well. Well, yeah.
自分でも
I don't even know why I feel this way myself.
でもあなたなら
But
それを知ってそう
You
だ
seem to.
知りませんけど
I don't.
ま
I can
あ
simply
無責任に
guess,
答えま
but
しょうか
not being one to shoulder the burden,
それはおそ
your
らく
envy may come
あ
from
な
your
たには
lack of a
根拠がない
foundation,
からですよ自分の色
or
が
more
ない
accurately,
と例えた方
you
が正
lack
確ですが
your lack of a color of your own.
Sojiro squinted, trying to understand the priest's complicated yet concise answer. I get it. Okay.
ほらそ
Yeah.
こです君に優
This
れた部
is
分
what
があ
I'm
るとした
talking
ら
about.
その
You
重
are
要性です
you are extraordinarily flexible.
山という怒
You
り
learned
が
to live
街に
alone in a city after coming
一人
down
で
from the
暮らして
mountain.
いけたことようやく慣れ
Then,
た
once
常
you've
識
gotten
の
used to
中
that, you started
青子
living
た
with
ちという
Alco and
非常
Alice
識
in
と
a
関わり
very
暮
different
らしてい
world.
けたことそうであると
I don't know if you
努めている
consciously try to adapt,
あなたの順
but
応性は
regardless,
際立
your
って
ability to do so is astonishing.
原因は知りません
Also, I don't know
君には
why,
初め
but
から
you do not appear
自
to
我と
exhibit
いうもの
signs
が
of
第
a
一に
regular
現れて
ego.
いないのです何事
Oh,
にも
this
対応
this
できる
priest
もの
knows the Freudian
主に交わ
philosophy.
るほど器用ではない
You can respond to anything, but aren't influenced by it. Huh. You know what's weird is that the werewolf is
Yeah.
said to be very adaptable,
Mm,
and so is Sojiro.
maybe.
Uh-huh.
Okay,
mhm.
okay,
I believe
okay.
Frank
if,
might be
if
onto
he
something.
is
In any
also a
case,
werewolf. Wait, do you think he got into a werewolf fight? Wait, 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 wait.
Yes.
He said he
yes.
can't go back to the
Waiting.
mountains. And he came down by himself. He lives in an apartment by himself. What if he got kicked from the pack?
Lone wolf.
And he just feels
Right,
like
he
he
could
doesn't
be.
need to like share that information
But wait,
because no one's ever asked him about himself. Maybe he doesn't even remember
Perhaps.
but didn't
because the wild dogs bit him. What if he never even like transformed? What if he's never had a transformation? He can't go into wolf mode.
Maybe. I just thought it was thematically appropriate.
Also, it might be just be thematically appropriate that a very adaptable man is going up against something that's supposed to be
Yeah,
very
maybe.
adaptable, but that is a small, angry child. Like,
also didn't Toko say that this child was one of the last werewolves,
yes,
if
Right.
not the last werewolf?
but that
Right.
but that doesn't mean
Mm.
it says she said one of the last. I think that, but also werewolves
Right.
like
One of the
they
last
try to stay in
werewolves
hiding.
like the European continent. That is true.
So does
Exactly.
Every, so does every magical
So
creature.
that you
So
could say
does
that about
every-
everyone. Like you could say that, and most like and wolves like to be in packs.
Has he ever mentioned living with or having interacted with someone else in the mountains?
He mentioned an old
He has
man,
a grandfather, I think.
which we're gonna pretend is his
He
grandpa.
mentioned an old man.
They went hunting.
Did they ever do anything
Never, it
What?
didn't tell us.
with guns? Or
No, it just said that they.
Did they ever say specific? Yeah. You
Possibly
as well
implied
might
with
be onto
guns.
something.
Possibly implied with guns, because I believe there was one
Yeah.
sequence in which a bird was shot down, but
Maybe
I'm
there were
not
hunters while
entirely
they
sure.
were hunting.
But that doesn't mean it was a gun. It might have been a bow and arrow.
perhaps.
I don't know. We'll find out.
I don't know.
We'll find out.
Uh,
I'm excited.
sure
I'm
we'll
so
figure it out.
fucking.
Yeah, I'm sticking to this werewolf theory for
色
Sojiro.
の乗っていない空白ですかね
To be frank, you are a blank
I'm
canvas that stays blank.
風景に溶け込む自然
While
さは素
blending
晴ら
into
しい
your
自然
surroundings is
で
a
すが
wonderful thing,
自我がな
no
いと
sense
いう
of
こと
self
は
means having no
居
place to
場
call
所が
home.
ないということですからいいことば
Your
かりじゃあり
talent
ませ
is
ん
a
What if they
double-edged
wiped his
sword.
memory before they put him made him
文
leave
化
the
にまで見え
mountain?
ないというのは予想以上
Kind
で
of
した
like
が
the fucking rock trolls in Frozen.
Maybe.
I feel like this is.
Yeah, I don't know.
I feel like this conversation is like when we were talking about like who the fuck Roa was. This is the Roa
This
conversation
is starting
from
to sound like that.
God. Is Roa the
Is
Shiki
Roa
that
a-
died?
What is he? Is he? Who's the other Shiki? Who was
Did
the
we
Shiki
kill
on
him?
on the tree? What was? Did we kill him? Who?
Yeah, and
The
that conversation
perspective-
literally went nowhere
the
because all of us were
perspective.
wrong.
Literally everything we
See,
ever
but I think we're
ever
getting better
theorized was
now.
wrong. He was just a fucking.
I was right about the first werewolf.
I mean,
I'm taking that shit.
admittedly,
Well,
this
and
is a
also
bit
we
more
don't-
simple than just
We also don't
random possession
pick answers.
and also like two Shikis because one of them just had the same
Fair
name.
enough.
And the dad decided to just adopt one
That's
of them
so
because he
weird.
had the same name.
It's fine. See y'all out. In fact, Yuika didn't see you. The fact that Yuika didn't see you was unexpected. She can perceive even incorporeal elemental spirits. And yet, not you. That says a lot about your lack of greed.
As if amused by something, Father Eri grinned. However, Sotaro understood neither the meaning of his smile nor his words.
This is mere speculation, but I believe Aoko feels resentment when she looks at you. To a brazen soul like her, your lack of self is something she simply cannot accept. And yet, you see something in Aoko you could never attain. Feels crude to put such things into words, but it is what it is. Sure, can I not? A moment ago, I said you envied Aoko, but that's not quite true. In fact, you... No.
Finish the
Never
thought,
mind.
old man!
Some things are
Finish the
best
thought.
left unsaid.
Finish it. Finish it,
Father
you old
Eri
geezer.
smiled gently. It was a fresh-faced grin from that belied his age. Whenever it came to Aoko, he seemed to forget his role as a priest. But that was irrelevant to Sojiro.
So, Father, what exactly do I know about Aoko
That's
then?
something you have to figure out for yourself, darling. Sojiro responded to Father Eri's ramblings by being direct. Some would say the priest had been direct himself, but this was Sojiro, and he needed things spelled out.
You still don't get it. Then you have me beat, Sojiro. Some things really are difficult to put into words. Then again, I simply am a man of the cloth. So how about a change of tact? Do you know about Aoko's past? Not much. She told me some weird stuff I don't understand about her start to high school and things. So by not much, you mean nothing. Very well, Suzuki. Allow me to try something more abstract. If you were suddenly told to kill yourself, could you?
Is he gonna try to
Kill
activate a
myself?
stigma? Is he gonna try and activate a
hope
stigma
not.
inside Sojiro?
Probably not, but
Mm,
I think this man is literally just Mr. Exposition Rat at the moment.
yeah, it does sound.
Yes, kill yourself. Of course, a priest shouldn't talk about such things, but my appearance is only skin deep.
The more he speaks, the more he's looking like a wise man.
Anyways, Aoko was asked to do something along those lines. 15. Throw away her hopes and dreams, her past and future, everything she was up to that point. becomes something different, to become a different being entirely. Well,
Monster cat.
the end of yourself is the end of your future. Wouldn't you agree?
His words fit what Aoko had said about her past. Until middle school, she led a normal life. Then out of the blue, she became the family heiress to a place in place of her sister. Becoming a magician meant casting aside the life she had known. She had to leave behind her ambitions and prospects and live the life of a mage, something she barely knew anything about. Her life up to that point had taught her that everything from then on would bring her misery. Aoko's grandfather was not the forceful type. "Your sister has failed. Now it's your turn," he had said. Did Aoko resist? Sojiro could not begin to imagine. All he knew is that she could not be happy with the hand she was dealt. I like this picture. The image in the back. With like the desks and the house and the streets. That's cool.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
This is the thumbnail?
Yes.
Alright, you got it?
I'm also probably gonna redraw it.
Alright, cool.
This is gonna be the redraw.
Fair enough.
Even if the life of a magician
Marie.
was attractiveness, to believe the possibility, even if the life of a magician was attractive, to believe the possibility that Aoko could give up her lifestyle up to that point was to not know herself at all. Aoko Aozaki put her all into everything. She had probably achieved a lot in those 15 years. Her achievements and prospects were no doubt enough to make anyone jealous.
Learned how to walk a week after
Did she
was
have
born.
the conviction to those away, to throw those away and go back to square one? Speaking of walking at week one, kind of. My youngest brother, I was the first person to watch him crawl because he wanted to crawl towards the TV, and I literally started screaming because I was so excited because he hadn't crawled yet, and I was sitting by the TV, and so he crawled towards me, and I got really fucking excited. So, anyways, I think about that sometimes because he's adorable. So. And square one did not come close to the reality of it. The future she had envisioned for so long would have been obliterated.
So, what did Aoko do? Well, we're talking about one exceptionally stubborn girl. Had I not witnessed it myself, I wouldn't have believed it. But she nodded. She stood there defiantly, curling her shaking fingers into balled fist. Not to appease her grandfather, not out of obligation to the Aozaki family, but because she hates to run away from anything.
I feel that.
No, refusing something is not the same as running away from it. But try telling that to Aoko. To her, running away would be rejecting the life she'd forged. If that was all to go, she would say farewell on her own terms. So that was what she did. Extreme. But she's the kind of person who would sacrifice everything in the name of progress.
Keep moving forward. An affectionate smile crossed Father Eddie's face. Rather than signaling his closeness to Aoko, it conveyed the pride of a guardian.
However, I was also mistaken. As it turns out, Alko had been raised to become a mage all along. Her grandfather predicted Toko would leave, and that Alko would become his heiress. So, he raised both of them accordingly. As a priest, if only by name, I felt uncomfortable about that. I knew she had no interest in her new role. Things could hardly go exactly how her grandfather had planned, so I asked her to flee with me to Mexico. Alas, she turned me down without a moment's thought.
I thought that was you making that up, but no, it's actually part of the
yeah.
joke.
Yep.
It's part of the dialogue. God,
Don't touch my children.
flee
No,
to
that's real.
Mexico.
I still remember every word of her end.
Well, me crying isn't going to change anything, is it? If I'm the only one who can do it, I'll do it. Even if I get thrown to the wolves, I'll just have to find a way to survive. That's poor wording. That's... Running away is only a last resort. Until then, hear me roar. The priest recited her words as if recalling lines from a favorite play. It certainly seemed like something she would say. The last thing Alko said in the room she was recovering in probably meant the same. Of course, when an audience is watching, you want their approval. However, approval must come from within first. Alko worked to feel proud of herself before worrying about how others viewed her. She at least wanted to do her job with grace. In response to everything she had lost, she would hang in there, even if it meant going it alone. And as for why Sojiro envied her, that was obvious. To Sojiro, she lived her life with her head held high. He was a boy who accepted everything, but had nothing. She was a girl who threw it all away, but never lost a thing. He stood in the meeting room alone, seeing the ugliness within and the sublime outside. Looking back, he finally realized what was eating at him.
I think you see it now. It's not her appearance that strikes you as beautiful,
Don't touch my
but
children.
her spirit.
Do
Not
not
that
touch my
she
children.
isn't physically beautiful, of course.
Sojiro nodded. From that day, he first met her. That was indeed how he had felt. Just took him till now to realize it. Strength in her eyes and her unwavering will had captured his heart.
She puts up with a lot. She really does. There's a lot of fight packed into that small frame.
Father Eri spoke from the heart. Sojiro raised his head, gave a small grin, and scratched his cheek. So many hours wasted brooding like an idiot. Part of him still felt strange, but it didn't bother him to leave the question unsolved for now. Unable to stay still, he stood up. He could care less about the Aozaki family, mage battles, or Alko rushing off to her death. Right now, he just wanted to see her face. Stop. The recovery room is off limits. The cold words echoed around the chapel. They reached Sojiro as he was about to head back to Aoko. The sightless sister must have been waiting by the altar. She moved quickly to block his path.
Miss Yuika, I'm not allowed in?
Correct. Miss Kuwanji told me to make sure nobody enters.
Alice said that?
Sojiro was suspicious of why Alice would have said that. He could understand being kept out if Alko was being treated or her condition had worsened, but this seemed different. Besides, Ako herself said her treatment had finished. It's 'cause they're sneaking out.
No, Sister Yuika. There's no need to be so curt. Why not just tell him the truth? That the room is actually empty.
They're already gone.
Alko left some time ago.
That was quick.
But Father Eri! The priest began to explain everything from the pew he still sat in.
Oh yeah, I was buying some time.
I was straight up making you wait.
Buying time.
Just making you wait, buddy. Sorry about that.
Kind of my specialty. Don't even worry about it. About the things he and Sojiro had spoken about. And why he, a stranger, would be so concerned about a person he knew nothing about. It all became clear to Sojiro.
This was your plan all along.
Sojiro's voice was full of anger, but Father Eri did not flinch.
My apologies. Aoko requested I look after you. While I did need to buy her some time to prepare, I honestly did want to talk to you. Riveting conversation we had, buddy.
The priest's attempt to smooth things over was far from sincere. Look at those arched eyebrows, those pencil-thin bitches. Sojiro grit his teeth to control his rage. Let it out, buddy. Turn into a wolf. Let's go. Why had they not stopped Alko and Alice from heading towards certain death? It's because they're the church. They don't care. Because both nun and priest were of the same ilk as the mages? As such, they understood Alko's decision, and the priest understood Alko too. Even if he did have the power to stop her, they would not have. The Alko Awazaki he knew was not about to hide away in a church and lick her wounds.
Where's Alice? With Alko. They left about 30 minutes ago.
No problem. Father Eri even went so far as to divulge the time. 30 minutes ago, the same time the priest had reared his head. Would not have taken even half that long to get to the school from here. And then another 10 minutes or less to get to Misaki Misaki High's old school building from there. Sojiro returned to the entrance of the chapel. However... Stop! Where do you think you're going? The sound of her voice stopped him in his tracks. An unseen pressure had locked him in place. Her admonition, right? Okay. Her admonition seemed to carry a spellbinding power, stopping the foolhardy boy where he stood. You know nothing of mage battles. That's not entirely true. You're too weak to help. You're a liability. If they fall, that's their prerogative. That's their prerogative. Let them tear each other apart as they wish. A young, innocent bystander like you has no business taking part in such a calamity. Calamity Ganon. She spoke with quiet anger. Her contempt was not directed at Aoko or Alice, but Sojiro for being so eager to waste his life. If there was a shred of hope, I wouldn't stop you. But there isn't. There's nothing you can do for them either. She was right. It was pointless of him to go. At the amusement park, he had been useless in the end. Now they faced something even worse. Couldn't even imagine how he might have contributed this time. Listen carefully. Aoko Aozaki's grandfather trained her to protect herself. Magecraft aside, she's still tougher than you. Even so, she still doesn't stand a chance against the beast of a familiar. Sojiro's physical strength, his only edge, meant nothing. If he went now, he would only get in their way. I want to see him throw hands. Yuika was correct. And yet...
I have to go. Aoko, a debt I must repay.
He spoke calmly, but firmly. Though almost moved, the sister frowned slightly. She felt bad for him, but her warning was for his own good. If he would not listen to reason, then she would have to make him sleep. She raised a finger of binding at Sojiro.
You mean you want to repay your debt, Sojiro? Incidentally, Sister Yuika, please refrain from using magecraft within the church. At least save it for religious ceremonies, or it'll infect my investigation. Dear Lord, give me strength. You seem so quiet, Sojiro, but you're more short-tempered than Ritsuka.
If I may, Father Eri.
I see no harm in letting him go. Or would you rather see Toko destroy Aoko and Alice?
That issue is separate from the suicide devotion. Reconsider, Mr. Suzuki. Even if you go, there's nothing you can do for them. He can be bait. The truth of the statement cut Sojiro deep. But despite everything that was being said, his mind was made up. It always has been. Even if he was not certain, he at least would not hesitate. He had always followed his instincts to the end, no matter where they took him.
I know, but I'm still going. Stay here. I really am powerless.
His heart burned in his chest. While he listened to the priest talk, he could only think of seeing Aoko. He was not worried. He was not worried. He did not want to help. He just wanted to see her. He would figure out what came next once he got there.
See? He isn't suicidal. You say he'll get in the way, but Aoko and Alice stand no chance of winning anyway, correct? So, what's the problem? Better to burn out in a blaze of glory.
Father.
What are you waiting for, Sojiro? Get going. Your response has moved, Sister Yuika. And now, you can move your legs, right?
As soon as the priest pointed at Sojiro, he could move again. The pressure waiting on his shoulders lifted, along with the fear of his heart. Could he help? Would he expose Aoko and Alice to more danger? All such doubts had vanished.
I'm heading out then. With any luck, we'll meet again. Good. Whatever happens, no regrets.
And with that, Sojiro began to run, as Father Eri watched with a look of satisfaction. The priest knew if he could not persuade Aoko, he could not convince Sojiro either. He watched the impertinous boy run away. As the blind nun listened to his footsteps fade into the distance. Yuika was different from Sojiro and the priest. While she showed no mercy to corruption or self-righteousness, she embraced benevolence to the innocent. Such an ordinary boy with his life ahead of him, and he chose to follow heretics into hell. How can you live with yourself, Father Eri? I thought responsible adults guided wayward children. She made no effort to hide her biting disapproval. It was simply her way of showing concern for the boy. Father Eri shrugged. By the way, I looked it up and there is no page in the Nasu-verse just about werewolves. It just comes up under phantasmal species, and it doesn't say shit. So, like, legitimately, all it says, hold on. Clear. Hello, I would like to look at the phantasmal base, please. Hello? What the? Okay, fine. Thank you, phone, for being an absolute dipshit. Werewolves. All it says is they are monstrous beasts, phantasmal beasts, and demi-humans. That's it. Like, that's all I found so far. Because I was hoping there was just going to be a page, and it was like, no, you know what? Supper. I think, hold on. Maybe if I go even further down. I got incubi, werewolves. Apparently, yeah, there's like nothing. Yeah, it's just like, hey,
all right,
they're part wolf and part man, and they're magical, and silver hair means they're the leaders, and the village came upon Beowulf, and then they sold him to Toko. Like, that's literally the entire paragraph, like, very, very summarized. And then, in Strange Fake, Jester Carter can take the form of a red werewolf with physical capabilities exceeding his original form.
Right.
So
That's a
it.
dead apostle.
That's all we have on werewolves
anyways.
in the Nasuverse is Beowulf and that bitch. So
Yeah. Jester. Okay, so Jester is a dead apostle known as the Six Hearts Revolver.
six
because
hearts. Okay.
he has 6 hearts. Because he has 6. He has 6
I would
hearts.
be surprised if he ate all of them.
That's what he did. That's what he. Yeah. That's what he did to become a dead
He ate
apostle.
them.
Essentially. Anyways. You're mistaken about a few things, Sister Yuika. Your use of the term responsible adult, for a start.
Nor am I really
I'm not
an adult.
responsible at all.
I'm just here.
You see, my main food source is
And dino nuggies.
candied bacon.
That's why I got us the air fryer.
An adult is someone who takes responsibility, no matter what.
The rest went unspoken. It didn't matter to him which of them died. By the way, I love when it just sloops onto the white. I think it's funny. Because it goes over to him and then they turn white.
Yeah, he's pushing up his glasses.
With a warm, goodly smile, the priest corrected the nun's misunderstanding. God, I want this to be animated. Witch on the Holy Night 2?
Absolutely.
We're already on chapter 12? Oh, I'm so hype. Go. Yes. 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 I have jack shit to be anywhere tomorrow. And even if I do have to be somewhere tomorrow, it's until like 3 p.m. So the golden wolf's ears stood pointed, twitching in response to the sounds around it. Are we never going to see his human form? I guess that would make us feel better when he dies. No, not knowing what he looks like as an actual little child. Anyways, its meal finished. It curled up into a ball.
We really want to feel bad
I feel
about
bad
him, though.
about like all child death, so his little baby boy. And also,
That's
he's
fair.
been like, basically emotionally tampered with because he was kidnapped, sold to a really annoying lady who has like a lot of issues. She probably uses him as a therapist, and he's like 8. So, anyways, its meal finished, it curled up into a ball in anticipation of nap time and yawned, half from boredom. The old abandoned classroom had fulfilled its purpose many moons ago. For a month, the wolf had spent his time resting atop a heap of disheveled desks. His name was Lug Beowulf. Lug? Is it just Lu? Okay.
Lu, I think.
Lu Beowulf.
Yeah.
He was a purebred werewolf, named after the son of his birthplace, and a hero of legend upon leaving there. Luch.
Yeah, Luke. That makes sense.
Oh, right. Yeah,
the
because
father of Cuchulainn.
I believe that turned into Luke. The name Luke. So yeah, that makes sense.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Son of Cuchulainn and Berserker Man. Or no, dad.
Well, not
dad
son
of
of Cuchulainn.
Dad of Cuchulainn
dad,
and
father,
Berserker
yes.
Man. Into one wolf.
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever seen a swan, Rogers? Sorry. And it goes without saying, he was not from this country. He came from a land deep within the European wilderness, surrounded by mountains and forests. His homeland was a realm no human had ever set foot in.
Reverse side of the
assume.
world? I'm thinking like that, but it's probably just
There
the
is
wilderness.
deep-ass
because there
wilderness.
is absolutely no way. Yeah, there's deep wilderness, but there's like no way that any human being is able to go to the reverse side of the world
Granted,
that I
he
am
could
aware
have
of.
fallen and then gotten captured. like fallen out of the reverse side. Who knows?
I guess. I'm not entirely sure how
I mean,
the reverse side
granted,
works.
I think it's
that
like
is.
almost 400 bodies are never found on Mount Everest a year, so it could be something similar to that.
Maybe.
I come back from getting yakisoba to that. I just come back. There's 400 bodies
No,
found
never
on Mount
found.
Everest.
There's
Yeah, what?
400 bodies never found
Oh,
per year, I believe.
Jesus Christ. All I did was go get yakisoba, and you're talking about people dying on Mount Everest.
It's literally nothing, alright? Like, actually, that has no pertaining
Well,
to,
it kind
to the
of does. I
conversation.
mean, in the
at the mo-
sense of like there are places where like no one can hear you scream, basically. So, like space.
I mean, I
Like space.
So,
suppose.
like,
I mean, I suppose.
this could be a
but
place
It's more like there's no. I mean,
that's
it's more
so
like
dense.
there's. The recorded people that are on the reverse side of the world are in Fate that I can think of are in Fate Apocrypha. And one is a homunculus, who is also a dragon,
You know, yakisoba is good.
and the other one is a heroic spirit. Anyways,
You know
the
what's
parallels
not
between
good?
these two
Dying.
Fair enough. Anyways, the parallels between these two, between Beowulf and Sojiro, just continue to
Yeah,
to
both
pile
mountain
on.
boys.
Let me just say.
In their isolated world,
werewolf.
forgotten by
Come on.
time, a diminishing race of
werewolf.
werewolves lived in peace. I will say, when I looked up werewolves and I was looking at the thing, there was no link to Sojiro. There was a link to Lu. There was no link to Sojiro, so I don't think he's a werewolf. You can think what
I
you like.
think he is.
In their isolated world, forgotten by time, a diminishing race of werewolves lived in peace. This was where Beo first appeared. In a cave in the outskirts of their village, the werewolves found a child bearing the same golden coat as their ancestors. The child was sleeping soundly, as if in his natural habitat. The village welcomed their new member with open arms. 2,000 years of advancing civilization had been cruel to them.
I love the idea that
He's just a
Sojiro is just a
dude.
guy.
I think he's
Yes.
I think he's
I'm pretty
literally
sure.
just a dude.
He's just a dude,
Honestly, I think he just is a guy.
which makes it so funny.
As the forests were destroyed, valleys unearthed, and water polluted, the werewolf birthright dwindled. Birthrate. Also birthrate. They were now facing one birth a decade. The child's golden coat, deviating from the typical gray or white, and shared only by their ancestors who were treated as gods, felt like a sign that their prayers had been answered. A bloodline in atrophy. The werewolves were forced to embrace change. This radiant child, at least temporarily, made them forget their troubles. So is it the Earth that's birthing a werewolf every decade? Because that didn't seem like a natural birth. Because they just, like...
Not entirely sure,
From what I read, they went to a cave, found a baby, and were like, yeah, new werewolf. Is that the werewolf birthing
Maybe?
cave?
I'm not sure.
I'll have to read
I don't know.
I'll have to actually read the paragraph again.
Would be.
Alas. As time passed, their hopes turned to disappointment. The golden wolf was not their salvation. For some reason, Lu, the ray of golden sun, remained a child. Oh. Decades passed, and still he did not grow. Forever young, immortal, cursed. He searched the village for his birth mother, but to no avail. He searched the village for someone who understood his plight, but to no avail. over hundreds of years, he came to realize something. He was different. Very different. Neither male nor female. Neither strong nor weak. Ignorant of life and death, joy and fear. That thing's a spirit, born of nature. Might look like us werewolves, but don't let that fool you. But the child himself needed not conjecture to know his own true nature. He was perfect, and therefore he was alone. To the golden wolf, the world was too small. That was why. Indeed, that was the very reason. He wanted to know what life was. He wanted to know loss. If he was all-powerful, he wanted to know the mystery behind all-powerfulness. Because as it was, his existence was meaningless. The golden wolf was at a loss, as were the werewolves around him. They revered him, but at the same time wanted nothing to do with him. Loof moved back to the cave he was discovered in, and resigned himself to life of seclusion. Loof? Like the sun god Loof? I thought it was short for Loop-Guru. Loop-Guru.
Loop-Guru, yeah. Loop-Guru is another term for werewolf. Yeah.
Loop-Guru. That's one heck of a coincidence. And then, one day, a quirky mage visited the village. You're too loud, Miss Toko. Why do you have to be so dramatic all the time? From his place atop the rubble, Beo peered into the hallway. He thought his fussy master was busy dealing with Misaki City's ley lines, but she was engrossed in making traps. 1 month passed since they made the dilapidated building their makeshift workshop. Creating a new trap for intruders became a daily pursuit of Toko's. You worry about your safety, but what about the other creatures? Having been like this since birth, knowing neither infancy nor dotage, he thought differently than others. For he was perfect from the day he was born. Neither declining, never improving. As such, he had no comprehension of weakness. Childlike, fickle, and without morals, he had no concept of good and bad as either a human or a wolf. A beautiful creature disconnected from the world around him, he was on top of all other creatures. With one exception, his master, Toko Aozaki. She showed him a sparkling, delicious world, and above all, he found her scent refreshing. To him, the world was divided into what was cool and what was not. Your preferences in leisure pursuits were of no consequence to him, and he never took gender into account. The only thing that mattered to him was whether a person's life was logical and therefore cool. Togaozaki had her faults, but she smelled good. Finished your lunch,
昼
Bale?
食は済ませたか？
Bale's master entered the classroom, presumably done with her traps for the day. It's
夜
showtime
が本番
tonight.
だ。
Just
そ
keep
れ
it
まで
together until
あま
then.
り羽目を外すなよ。
Sometimes, like now, she would nag him, but on the whole, his master pleased him. In reality, the contract binding her to him was not particularly powerful. If he wanted to, he could tear it to pieces at any time. No human could restrain him. However, he had no intent of killing Toko in exchange for his freedom. There was a reason for that. In order to move about freely in human society, he needed someone like her. As long as she did not offend him, he had no reason to rock the boat. However, finally, the main event! I was getting tired of waiting, Miss Toko. The promise she had made him in his cave and the reality of their situation had begun to come apart at the seams. Come here. I'll let you fight the most powerful mystic there is. He was compliant up till now, but his patience was wearing thin. The fight with the newest magician last night was an enormous letdown. Oh, hush. I was just as disappointed as you
私も
were.
昨日は拍子抜けだったんだから。
I'm not that bummed.
実
But
は
why won't the
あの子
girl use it?
使わないんじゃな
Because
く
she
て
can't?
使えないだけじゃないの？
His master's expression turned serious. Not in agreement at the wolf's question, though. For she had already asked herself the same and many other similar questions. No, because she'd be better off dying than to use it, I suppose.
なのかもね。
That doesn't make any sense. She almost died because she didn't use it.
使わないと死んじゃう状態だったんだよ。
Oh, and there's the train.
だからそんなバカな考え
Which
が成立
proves
する
my
ぐらい。
point. That must be too terrifying to use. Toko finished in her head. She stopped short of voicing it and chuckled at her emotional outburst. Sure, I can't even imagine what it must be. Still, this changes nothing. Whatever sort of miraculous mystic her mystic is, as long as she remains a mage, she can't win. With those words, Bao's master walked out of the room, emphasizing that his role in all of this was to face Alco only at that very moment. True magic, huh? The bored look in his eyes shifted. He recalled the taste of that girl, his long tongue sliding over his chainsaw-like fangs. Make no mistake, he would finish his meal. He was the oldest werewolf, the golden god of the forest. For as long as he could remember, no, from the moment he appeared, he had been the most powerful creature of all. All man-made mystics were trash before him. Magecraft was laughable, and mystic artificial miracles, which even surpassed that were superfluous, futile. Their very existence was an insult to him. After all, that was the deal. When the time comes, I dig right in. That was the extent of their pact. Once he had dealt with this so-called true magic, he was free. His eyes burned with the wolf inside of him. His fanged maw twisted into a sadistic, beastly grin. Wow. It's only just now giving us the title card. Huh.
Yeah.
Honestly, didn't even notice till now.
Same, to be
It was
honest.
just past 7 p.m. Misaki High School's old building stood silently. While light from the city reached the area, the forest and mountains kept the area hushed. Nothing unusual. During winter vacation, the old building, now still covered in yesterday's snow, was rarely used. Without signs of life, such unused structures were mere monuments of what once was, nothing more. The old school building would remain that way until the start of the new semester. Behind it, the vast forest grew darker by the minute. If the building had died in just under 2 weeks of vacation, what had become of forest over the years? The wall of overgrown trees filtered out the noise of the city and most of the moonlight. An otherworldly realm had taken root, not even 2 miles away from town. Piercing the cold night air, footsteps crunched through the powdery snow. No traps this way. So, what's the plan? Sneak into the old school building? Yeah, right. She already knows we're here. Why hide? And what would we do once we were in her hideout? We're not here to steal anything. We're here to murder. What about the element of surprise? If we could do that, it'd make our jobs easier. But playing ninja isn't really my thing. Nor yours, for that matter. And anyway, we're not the only ones out for blood tonight. The sound of their footsteps stopped in unison. The old forgotten Misaki High School building stood before them. What used to be the schoolyard was now a barren snowscape. Reclaimed by the forest, the building looked a shell of its former self. The surrounding trees resembled standing mourners? Mourners at a funeral.
Mm-hmm.
Talk about impatient. There's still 4 hours until the time limit. Alone in the middle of the white altar was the lone, scarred red mage. As she came out from the forest, Alko lowered herself slightly, scowling at her distant target. Next to her, Alice stood motionless. The bare branches of the trees cast long, thorny shadows. Alko was reminded of Sleeping Beauty, except this mage wasn't nearly as pleasant as the princess in that. Not to mention, she wasn't sleeping, and there was no prince. Regardless, this princess came out of her schoolhouse castle to greet her challengers. Pushing yourself in that condition? You do make your big sister worry, Alko. Toko grinned faintly. Alko fought back the urge to respond. Meanwhile, Alice stood in silence, uninterested in sibling rivalry. She's just here to stab someone. Toko stood about 100 feet away. That's about 40 yards, I think. Math.
Yes.
With their senses sharpened throughout magecraft, and the oh my god, reading? With their senses sharpened through magecraft in the silence of the forest, they could hear each other perfectly. Can you imagine? It's like the scene from Shazam where he's given the whole monologue and he's like, I can't. What are you saying? The golden wolf was nowhere to be seen. Toko faced the two girls alone. Alice's black overcoat and winter hat had more typical items of clothing for a mage battle. Were they? A few paces in front of her was Alko, whose combat garb was comparatively out of place, a Misaki High School uniform. She had asked Alice to bring a change of clothes for her, but there must have been some misunderstanding. There was a trivial miscommunication. Toko seemed to think it had some special meaning. Before we start, mind if I ask you something? I can't help but be curious. This is probably my last chance to ask, but is that seriously what you're going to fight in, Alko? Toko spoke clearly, and despite the distance, was able to communicate her deep-seated scorn without trouble. Alko would rather attack than engage in small talk, but she decided to take the bait, as she often does. Don't lie, you had plenty of chances to talk to me. 4 times, including today. Well, this is my job right now, so I think it's fitting. Besides, my fashion's ahead of the times. Alko was sure to emphasize her words. For a split second, Toko's eyes narrowed. Figures. Same bad taste, as always. Thanks. It's actually a relief hearing that from a creepy puppet maker. With that, the two fell silent and glared at each other. Their bloodlust cut through the thick, cool air like a knife. When the two of them sized each other up, Alice surveyed the area around Toko. There was no indication anyone or anything was lying in wait near her. Perhaps she should see if the werewolf was still in the old school building. Maybe Toko didn't feel like Alko or Alice were much of a threat in their injured state. Or was she really not expecting a counterattack so early, so the werewolf wasn't ready? After some contemplation, Alice surmised it was the former. She really was going to fight alone. Her arsenal comprised her mystic eyes and rune magic. That was more than enough to deal with Alco and Alice in their current state. Alice, all I need is one shot. Alco signaled to Alice behind her with the movement of her hand. Alice had no objections. The original plan was for her to keep the werewolf busy. With the mirrors as a backup, Alco was hoping to catch Toko off guard. They had a few other cards up their sleeves, but the fact remained that as mages, their attacks wouldn't affect the werewolf. So they decided to ignore it and focus on taking out Toko. Not the best strategy, but it was all the two of them could come up with. But they had been thrown a curveball. Toko had the upper hand, so she was reluctant to use the beast. Alco wasn't about to let the opportunity go to waste. By distracting her with sibling banter, she would settle things before the werewolf had even shown up. My turn to ask a question. How are the fields working out? No, please, it's barely been a day. I haven't touched them yet. Can't touch these things. Besides, I want what's inside the ley lines, or the bounded fields. I have no plans to reset them. Tearing into you is probably way faster than tearing into the land anyway. I knew it. All the more reason I can't let you become a magician. Alco's blue eyes burned brightly with a fiery fighting spirit. Even though her sister was ready to pounce, Toko remained motionless, but for her mouth, which twisted into a smirk. A magician, huh? Got to admit, I like the sound of that. The magic crests that weren't implanted into me, and the true magic of the Osaki family. But it's fine. I don't want them. But I can get them on my own. Oh wait, did you come here to show me your magic, Alco? Toko's words came out flatly, but her eyes mocked her sister. It was true, however, that if Alco wanted to defeat Toko, her best chance would be to use this mysterious true magic. The only problem was that she couldn't. If she could, she would have used it to avoid being mauled last night. Alco Awazaki couldn't use true magic. Toko believed she needed to fill some kind of condition. The protection their grandfather placed on the formula was to prohibit miracles from being easily realized. However, this wasn't because he was concerned about the human world. It was no exaggeration to say he'd feel nothing if magic leveled the entire city. The truth was, true magic never had any conditions. Alco was being held back by trauma. Cat trauma. These 5 privileges, the only power of their kind, were bound by cognitive seals. That's why Toko looked down on her naive little sister. So weak, a body incapable of handling magic could be cut down with a mere sword. Alko knew that better than anyone else, which is why she couldn't forget her sister's ridicule. Just try using true magic, huh? A pathetic taunt. If that was how she wanted to play, then so be it. Have it your way. With a burst of pure rage, Alko made her move. Her colorless shoes sped across the untainted snow. Field. I forgot the part of my eyes went. Like a stone skipping across the water. As Alko charged forward, she disappeared. Only her footprints advanced like bullet holes in the snow. Toko held her ground. Concealment was elementary magecraft. More than likely, the power came from one of Alice's trinkets. It was a simple yet effective countermeasure to Mystic Eyes. Toko's Mystic Eyes used the lock property to bind an opponent. It did not have the Logos property to discern truth through an illusion. Do you think Shiki has Logos? The Logos property?
Perhaps.
Once a magecraft's workings were revealed, its weakness was also exposed. Still the same sloppy footwork. In a mere 4 seconds, her opponent had closed 10 yards and was still speeding up. It appeared that she'd given up on a mage battle and was going to move in for melee. The other girl, Alice Kawanji, didn't take a single step. A suicide charge, open to friendly fire from the rear, even with Alice's protection. This is dumb. You'll regret this, Alko. Your trump card has to come from your own deck. Sneering, Toko raised her left arm, holding it out in front of her threateningly. 10 more yards. Unfortunately, her footprints gave away her position. So. Toko began engraving a rune into the air. But before she could finish, Alko's footprints stopped. She was still too far away to close combat. What a strange place to enter attack. No, wait. Could she really stop so suddenly at that speed? She jumped. Toko made a snap decision. She quickly raised her outstretched arm toward the sky as if saluting the moon. Suelo! Flames tore through the air. The rune carved into the body above her, bathing it in a pillar of flames. No internal resistance spell could help. Rather than simply burning their target, the runes wrapped around them in a wreath of flames. See, those were birds. The assailant screamed, falling onto the snow-covered ground. In agony, she extended a burning hand out from the hellish fire, as if begging for mercy. It was the stuff of nightmares. The snow melted as the fire burned the attacker alive. Chirp, chirp. The movement was far too theatrical to be Alco. Toko had already turned her gaze to Alice. She hadn't been watching the burning corpse at all. Toko knew it was an Alco from the moment the body fell to the ground. Another dumb Meister familiar. Irritated, Toko glared at Alice. While Alco had vanished into thin air. She hadn't moved at all. Blue energy traced a circle around where she stood. It was force to fourth, a 4-bar grand magecraft mobilizing her magic crest. Toko only had single action runes. No, she hadn't mastered anything above 2 bars to begin with. This torrent of energy was too much to handle. It was The rune formed in the magic circle. It was the rune of withdrawal was invoked and Alco's concealment was undone, allowing Toko to utilize her mystic eyes. Within her opened pupil, the infinitely mirrored eyes captured their target into an endless hell. But the mage's sight was literally split in two. The space in front of Alco distorted, obscuring her obscuring her form like an icy mist. If Toko's eyes were like opposing mirrors, this was like sticking a one-way mirror at the triangulation point. With her vision split in two, she couldn't lock onto Alco. The mirror of slumber, Toko. Alco's deep in the fork of the road the mirror creates. From where you are, you'll never be able to see her. Alice explained without concern. Due to the herb Toko made Alice swallow, she was still unable to use her own magecraft. However, she could use ploys already in motion without using magical energy, such as the mansion's mirror and the aimless little bluebird. Finally, the magic bullet was loaded. Set, rotate, direct current. Raising her right arm to reveal her luminescent crests, Alco took aim at her target 100 feet ahead. Magical energy coursed through her gun barrel arm. From the moment she had received Alice's invisibility, Alco had begun chanting her magecraft. I am the bone of my sword. It took Toko a few seconds to notice. Alco produced more spins in the... I'm gonna be honest with you, I can't read it because of the moving when you're sharing your screen.
More spins in the Awakened Magic.
Than she had ever done circuits. Magic circuits than she had ever done before. I can't read. She
can I right now.
readied not snap nor draw. Instead, she'd advanced past her third process and a compression of magical energy, magic blow. If she fired the blue ether that garnered before her, it would fly with the force of 10 tons. Using her magic crest to multiply the energy and magical gun and machine gun her target, It had enough power to demolish even the old building behind her. Toko! Alko stared intensely at her sister, ready to fire. Here's a thought. If she kills her sister, are the glasses that she wears the same ones she gives Shiki?
Maybe.
That could be
I'm
it.
curious to see if that's how that goes. I think that would be really interesting.
That'd be funny, wouldn't it?
Toko had no time to counterattack or even the speed to evade. The fact she didn't move implied she knew that better than anyone. Acceptance filled her eyes, not fear. Watch, the fucking wolf's gonna... Alko didn't hesitate. She squeezed the trigger on her right arm, or right hand. Magic bullet configuration. Convergent launch. Circuit. Fire! Excalibur!
Excalibur.
The last word came out like a scream, but I can't scream because it's 3:30 in the morning. Under the impact of ether, the surrounding snow melted and flew around.
This ain't no basic Nordic curse, y'all.
Those are different than the ones I know. Trying to kill me? I thought I made that perfectly clear. I love the fact that I can quote that entire scene now, because I've listened to it too many times. Toko was engulfed in dirt. No way she could survive Alko's magic bullet. It contained every bit of Alko's magical energy she could muster. Viewing the chaos, Alko confirmed her victory. And yet, somehow she felt bitter. Because her sister is straight up not done. But then, choosing to deal with the torrent of magical energy she swallowed up later, Toko tutted at Alko's childishness. Her disappointment was so deep it bordered on despair. It's a little late now, but listen up anyway, Alko. Never play your trump card first. You'll lose. Her voice was cold and aloof. She was completely unscathed. The mage stood in the snowfield, not a single speck of dirt on her overcoat. Just before the bullet reached Toko, she deflected it with magical energy on the same level. Alko could only stare at the scene before her. The negotiation of her magecraft hadn't shocked her, though. Or the negation. Leaf-like objects floated behind her sister. Alko stared like she was living a nightmare. Countless magic crests poured out from Toko's back. It all happened in an instant. The magic bullet approaching like a tsunami, Toko lightly snapped her fingers, causing a stream of letters to rush out from behind her. Text became art. Golden flowers bloomed. There must be hundreds. All sorts of magecraft from even beyond Western Europe. The kind normally carved into the flesh of a mage. The kind Toko Aozaki shouldn't possess. The kind only followers of those schools should know. Blossoming magic crests, brighter than the moon. Inscribed in the air, they formed a totem pole, a guardian beast to protect Toko. No.
と
You see,
まあこういうわけだ。
I don't need to
レオ
rely
だけ
on
に
just
頼
a
ってはいない
barrel.
ことがよくわかったろ。
Toko's expression was steely. Victory was in her grasp. There was no room to rest on her laurels. So, it was the mirror that concerned you? That concealed you? You used it to detect, capture,
援護
and
まで
act as
行える
backup.
とはね。
Impressive. Not quite one of the great three, but a very versatile and, might I add, exceptional ploy.
あれも破格のプロイだ
Quit patronizing us. You're just upset you got
な。
duped.
騙された負け惜しみ？
Not at all. I'm just giving credit where credit's due. It was me who worked with
何しろ
Mindster
今の
on
バー
the
ジョン
thing
は
in the
私と
first
マインスターの合
place.
作だ。
I'm just kind of
趣味
annoyed
に
that
興
someone
じす
got
ぎてあ
carried
れこれと
away
機能
and
を
couldn't
足してし
help
まっ
but
た
add
と
functions
今
to
更な
it.
がら悔いているところさ。
And then the little
Somehow,
Robin,
青子
coming
に
at
見
me
せかけて
disguised
私
as
に
you.
向かってきたのは
You
ええ
used it to
困る。
distract me while
それ
you
に
were
気を取られ
charging
て
up
いる
your
間の
hunk,
大
your
規模な
huge
魔術の
attack.
発動。
Alice
私
avoided
の
my
魔眼
mystic
はアリスが
eyes
防
while
ぎ、
you focused
青
on
子は攻撃
offense.
だけに専念
Not
す
a
る。
bad plan. You know, all in all, you did pretty
よくやったと言っ
well.
ておくよ。
Toko recounted their strategy, sharing her impressions as she went. Ako could not take her eyes off Toko's blooming magic crests. Only Alice was paying close attention to Toko's words.
しかし、
Well, I'm afraid this is the end of the line. Such a shame,
惜し
Alco.
いな、青子。
Can't believe you're still using
わず
such
か
a
2
mage
年で
craft
あれ
after
だけの
2
魔術を
years.
使えるのなら、
You could have
あ
become a
と数年も
world-class
すれば一
marksman.
流の車種になっていただろうに。
Toko snapped her fingers again. The floating crests began to glow more brightly. Alice,
アリス、
what are
あれはね、
those? Alco whispered to Alice standing next to her as she held her hand. She could not risk turning around. The second she took her eyes off Toko, the fight would be over. As you can
見ての
see,
通り、
the magic
魔術
crests, as hard as it is to believe. Alice's voice was filled with shock and discomfort. Alco shared Alice's sentiment. Mage crests were passed down through a family line and took unique forms. At heart, they were merely personalized inscriptions and technically no different from grimoires. However, the reality was far different. Magecraft had no set form. Without a set shape, the ability to recreate mystics was itself flawed. To craft it into a form required an immeasurable investment of time and devotion. Magic crests were the crystallization of a family's desires and ambitions, and proof of a successor's lineage. Crests had no effect on their own, but they were the ultimate symbol of a family. If no mage was willing to imbue themselves with a crest, or lacked the resolve to merge with it, then the crest's meaning was lost. That was the key difference between a crest and a mere spellbook. Crests could not be shared, and imitating them was pointless. It only stood to reason, then, that even in the crests manifesting behind Toko belonged to someone else, only the original owner could benefit from them. Those crests have to be what's deflecting my magical... Oh no, that's... Those crests must be what's deflecting my magic bullets. Don't tell me she's... Searching for answers, Alco squinted her eyes as she glared at Toko. She knew the copying of a crest had no purpose. Only the original inheritor could invoke one. There was only one possible conclusion. I see. If they aren't inscribed on your skin, just floating in the air. I'll go spat a curse at her sister. Toko nodded, pleased at her enemy's quick wit. The crest didn't suit my body, so I fixed them to the space behind me. Of course, crests like yours that are engraved into the flesh are much better, because they can be activated in one go. For me, though, this was the only way. And while I do need to perform an extra step to activate them, that's not mine. They're not mine, so I don't feel any pain. And it seemed neither physically nor mentally. Alco knew her sister was inhuman. She never thought she would go this far. Well, you're right about that, them not suiting you. You stole them from someone else, so your bloodline can never match up. Which means the person or persons you stole them from can't die, so you must have them locked up somewhere. If they died, you can activate their crests. Toko, you... I don't remember anyone complaining. They were asking for it. They should have been better prepared if they wanted to face me. There were some rather rude fools who used questionable language. But I think I've been quite kind recently. They came to kill me, and I let them live. Really? As a fellow mage, I only hope they're okay. You're probably wondering what I've done to them. Has she preserved their brains? Or maybe she's just lumped them all into a ball of flesh. As if I'd do that. I built them a cafe, and provided plenty of food, entertainment, sleep, and freedom. Some of them even said they wanted to live like that forever. Toko's words were hardly believable, but it was clear her crests weren't copies. Alice's scowl deepened. What Toko had described had no discernible benefit in her mind. Why had she gone to the trouble of stealing other mages' crests? It would have been more efficient to break down the crests into components and make replicas. For a skilled puppet master like Toko, she could have made a much more powerful puppet from those crests. It would have made a pawn loyal to her, even to her every command at that, much more useful than an enslaved mage. Why, Toko? That's Toko for you. When she decides to do something, that's it. Everything's a means to an end. Listen to this. One time, we were watching TV and a pizza commercial came on. We both really wanted to eat something greasy. Unfortunately, our super boring family only had the pepperoni. You know, my house was on top of a big hill, right? Getting to the city took an hour, but I just had to have that pizza. So I walked in. Could I find a pizza place? Nope. So I walked home empty-handed. It was the tragedy of living in the countryside. Misaki, which had only recently gotten a conveyor belt sushi restaurant, would not see a pizzeria for another 2 years. Fun.
Wow.
The most tragic thing in this game,
Then when I got home, hungry and tired, my damn sister waved at me all, "Welcome back," with a big slice of pizza hanging out of her stupid face. She was like, "I tried using rice crackers as a base." When I looked outside, 3 chickens and 1 cow were gone. That's when I realized she had no concept of the value of money, hard work, or fairness. So she straight up killed the chickens and the cows to manifest a pizza. Great.
Yeah.
She used magic.
Use magic, or did she
Straight
just
up she used the
get
magic.
the meat from them? What? Why did you sacrifice 3 good animals to make one slice of
let me
pizza?
read. No,
She could
Frank,
make
let me read
so
this
many
for you.
things.
That's when I realized she had no concept of the value of money, hard work, or fairness.
Okay, but
Alice agreed that was pretty crazy.
Keith agreed that was pretty crazy.
I agree. That was pretty crazy.
Stupid crap like that means I'm perfectly fine with putting a hole through her chest with a Gonder shot. I mean, she could have just chanted a single verse from the Gematria to get the same effect, but no, she was so obsessed with curses she made a puppet that couldn't even fly. The thought of the puppet doppelganger made her blood boil. It was clear to Alco now that Toko had done it on purpose to annoy her. Toko furrowed her eyebrows at Alco's verbal assault. She had been stoic up until now, but speaking rudely about her prized puppet was crossing the line. I just realized that the next time that we play this is probably going to be the last one, and this is almost 5 hours, so we're basically replaying Tsukimi, and it's 8-hour wise. Just like that.
Just like that. It'd be like it.
Dooley? Yep, English.
Pulling yet another Tsukimi
If I
finale
recall,
episode.
that puppet had you on the ropes. And for your information, Gematria, numerology, is a Kabbalah secret. I'm a rune specialist, so I don't need to learn anything and everything like you do. Well, I did learn something. One owner of these crests taught me about Celtic bounded fields. Celtic bounded fields. Toko looked at the crest over her left shoulder. Its shine was ever radiant, proving that its magecraft was active. I used this castle to seal away grandfather. I trapped that half yokai druid monk in a tower. No, I say tower, but it's closer to a mailbox in size. Like that red mailbox you broke, remember? About that big, but it's a cute little bird cage. A bit cramped for one person, but grandfather's more spirit than body, so I guess it's more appropriate for him anyway. Great, why is everyone half demon? Why does everyone gotta be a half demon? Granted, I know that demons are different from yokai, but why does everyone gotta be half demon? Or half spirit? Toko stifled a sinister laugh, her explanation chilling. Her cold veneer seemed to slip slightly when it came to her grandfather. Her smile betraying the long festering hatred she still clung to. Anyway,
そういったわけでね
because I blocked your tag,
さっきの青
you
子の
can't
魔
use
術を
this
防いだ
crest
の
for a
で
while.
この刻印もしばらくは使用不能なんだ
Though, if you'd
今のが
used
本
true
当の魔
magic,
法だったなら
a three-line
わずか3
crest
行の
would
刻印では打ち消
would
せなかった
have
だろうに
countered it. You only lost by a
Aoko.
slight margin, Alko.
お前は
You
僅
should
差
be
で負けたんだ
proud.
恥じることはないよ
Right then,
じゃあ
let's wrap
そ
this
ろ
up.
そろ終わりにしよ
Feel free to fight
う抵抗を
back.
するのは自由
But
なんだ
remember,
レ
you're
オ相手に
against
それは辛い
Barrow.
ぞ
Toko snapped her fingers one more time. The golden werewolf was hiding in the old school building. The signal to him echoed eerily through the surrounding woods. Before the echoes stopped, Alko shouted back at Alice. Alice, go!
行ってアリス
The order sounded like a reprimand, but Alice silently obeyed. Without hesitation, she left Alko behind to handle Toko and made for the forest. If defeat was inevitable, it would be pointless for both of them to die. If one of them could survive, there could be a round 3. That was why Alko decided to be the sacrificial pawn.
トーコ自身に切り
Now
札
that
を
we
使
know
った
what
し
Toko's trump card
アリス
is,
が本調子
if
になれば
Alice
勝
can
て
get
ない
back
わ
to
けじゃない
normal,
ものね
she'll stand a chance. Alko muttered bitterly to herself as Alice's feet crunched through the snow. Instead of cursing her own death, she cursed the fact that she would not see Alice defeat Toko. For what else was there to curse except this? Alice disappeared into the forest. Where's our boy Sojiro? He's still talking to the priest at this point. Feeling her fellow mage presence fade, Alko continued to glare at her sister.
いつ
How
ま
long
で
do you
じら
plan
す
to
気
drag this out?
私
You know I hate it when
待
people
たさ
make
れる
me
の好
wait.
きじゃないんだけど
Speaking of waiting, the werewolf Toko had called was nowhere to be seen. It should not have taken him more than a few seconds to come flying out of the old school building.
そうせくな
What's
今
the big
赤ず
hurry?
きんを追っているところだ
He's after Little Red Riding Hood for the time being. Or
動
rather,
物の彼女を
Little
そう例える
Black
なら
Hat, to
やや
force the
無理があ
metaphor.
るわね
Her tone reeked of irony. The words traveled aimlessly across the schoolyard like a rambling announcement. Alko stood frozen and dumbfounded. Everything Toko was saying seemed so far away from reality. Alice! Alko was done with being fooled, so she turned around. The moonlight shining off the fallen snow allowed her to see far into the forest. From the white darkness, a lone boy came into view, walking toward her. He could not have been any taller than Alko's chest as he carried Alice over his shoulder with ease. Oh great! And if she was nothing, and as if she was nothing, he tossed her body upward. She arched through the air for several feet before dropping head first before Alko's eyes. Oh, that's fun. Her neck would snap on impact. Ow. Even though she was wiser not to, Alko reached out and caught her. Alice's light body weighed heavy as she fell into Alko's arms. I'm just ready for Sojiro. I just want to see him go hand to hand with this goddamn wolf. I'm like anticipating
Fair
it.
enough. Truth be told,
No,
after
that's
the
totally
scene
fair.
ends, I'm
I am
probably going
too.
to go
That was
to
my
bed.
plan. So. The stitches on her wounds tore, dyeing Alko's arms crimson. Alko gritted her teeth, fighting the pain that shot through her body and the sensation of the warm blood. Alice, are you still? Alice did not respond, but Alko could see she was at least conscious. The werewolf must have ambushed her right as she ran into the woods. Alice bled heavily from where the wolf had torn her abdomen open last night, just like he had done to Alko. You were hiding in the woods this entire time. Cursing her own carelessness, she gently lay Alice's body down. She set her sights on the blonde-haired boy, her new target. So that's how it is, huh? A wolf in a little boy's clothing. Oh my god. Listen. He's adorable, and we're gonna have to murder him. This is gonna be fun. Even in the face of Alko's rage, he did not stop smirking. He stared back at the girls, eyes gleaming, twinkling with excitement at the brutality to come. The blonde hair and green eyes she saw last time. And his effeminate features now seemed ethereal, like he had changed into a being from another planet. You'll feast tonight, Bale. Toko's voice echoed from afar. The boy's grin broadened. Nobody could have expected what came next. Alko rushed headfirst at the boy. Faster than the robin decoy, she sped, blood dripping from both arms. Toko watched wide-eyed at the spectacle. Alice could only look at the with vacant eyes as she lay helplessly on the ground. The werewolf boy was caught off guard by the prey becoming a predator. Alko crossed a 20-foot gap in a second before planting a foot on the snow. It arrested her momentum and pivoted her body like a top. Even if he instantly understood what was coming, the boy wouldn't be able to dodge in time. The neck! Using the momentum of her sprint, she pushed her leg into the ground and sprang up. With deadly timing, her roundhouse kick swung in a wide arc towards the boy's neck, sending an explosion force to his brainstem. Oh.
Alko really chose child violence. I love that.
It was an expert display of martial arts, strengthened by magical energy. She'd gotten the hang of close combat while fighting Toko's puppets. The violent kick was powerful enough to shatter a tree trunk. The boy did not move. Alko's right skin connected firmly and stopped. Shin. A shockwave rippled through his neck. It was the same feedback Alko had felt when she destroyed the puppet. Even if he wasn't defeated, she had to have severely damaged his spine. As she looked at him to confirm her kill, the boy simply stared back at her, not even bothering to twitch an eyebrow. That must be the leg, I bet. I can't believe you went for my neck like that. I mean, wow. Miss Toko said that girls instinctively try to spare their own bodies. It was a valiant move, but you wasted it. Mary has a strong My hair is as strong as when I'm
こ
a
の
wolf.
姿でも変わらない。
Even my peach fuzz
産
can
毛だ
stop
け
your
でも
kick.
お姉さんの蹴りを受け止めることはできる。
The only one hurt between the two was Alko. The leg she'd lodged into his neck was totally numb, like it had been chopped clean off with a hatchet.
それに
You held back a
少
bit
しだけ
too,
迷
right?
いがあったな。
You wanted to protect your leg,
つ
I
けたばっ
guess.
かりの足だからかばったでしょ。
Humans need to forget
人
that kind
間
of
が
thing when
僕の
fighting
相手を
me.
するならそんなこと気にしちゃいけないのに。
Still,
ああ。でも
the boy smiled, basking in Alko's shock and awe. She could not free her leg. No doubt as soon as she regained her footing, he would tear her stomach open. Well,
どっちに
you're
しろ
mincemeat
ミンチだか
anyway,
ら
so I guess it
気にし
doesn't
て
matter.
も仕方がないよね。
See?
ほら、
What a
もっ
waste.
たいない。
And it just healed up, too. Alko was not sure, but it felt like he had sunk his fingers into the flesh of her right leg. Hi. He was right about her leg. She barely had any feeling in it. It had been completely paralyzed after the last attack, and was now back in the same horrid state. Except this time, instead of being torn to pieces, it had been crushed to the bone. Her leg might have been numb, but just the look of it was enough to horrify her. The way it crumpled, all that blood. Any normal person would have died from shock. As if thinking about someone else, Alko considered how cruel magic crests could be. Huh?
あれ
Still some life in your
まだ目が死
eyes.
んでない。
I don't really want to torture you. You should drop the tough
あんまり
act.
苦しめたくないんだけど。
The boy thrust his hand out to Alko's chest. Her consciousness flickered from the sudden pain of a stake. No, a child's fist piercing her torso. The scenery flew by. She soared through the air like a rag doll tossed away by a bored child. Just like Alice.
Just imagining source
Just
physics.
like Alice a moment ago. She tumbled through the air and hit the ground. Hard. Her right leg was crushed. Her chest caved in. It was as if her heart had been scooped out of her chest. Each gasp for breath left her wanting more. Was this what it was like to see stars? The terrifying part was the pain. It never let up. Desperately trying to suck in oxygen, she could still feel his fist. Leisurely, the boy strolled across the snow towards Alko's broken body, his red tongue gliding over his lips. He stared at his prey, and was desperately trying to breathe, his eyes filled with glee. Please let Sojiro just come in and, like, sock that boy in the face. Alko bit down the temptation to drift away, even though she could find no reason to fight on. The snow had broken her fall slightly, but her death was all but certain. The fist-sized crater in her chest, and her mangled leg made sure of that. Even though she knew she was a broken mess, her magic crests frantically worked to recirculate her heart. But why? sight of Toko in this distance was the one thing that kept her conscious. Her sister looked surprised for some reason. Like she was witnessing some strange phenomena that wasn't like her. Wondering what it was, Aoko tried to stay conscious. What's happening? Feebly trying to raise her head, she looked to where Toko was staring. Why did she look like that when she was so close to victory? I guess this is where we'll stop. Christmas lights!
Yeah.
Ooh, what?
What a weird way to end.